I see the usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Including Elsa in Eden.
Eden
Is here.
Yeah, Post. Go ahead. Run away, Post. Go on.
No, he's not.
Yep.
I
don't trust him now. I don't trust him. He was Utah's own Post Malone. I think he talks out of both sides of his mouth.
So I actually listened to his interview on Howard Stern.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because maybe it was misinterpreted.
Yeah, I mean, so Howard asked Posty about living in Utah, and he said, well, here's exactly what he said. He said, I need a little bit more space for rest and relaxation. I'm going to expand the jam zone.
The jam zone, man. He's going to build a bunker with a swimming pool and a bowling alley.
Yeah.
Underground bunker with a swimming pool and a bowling alley.
Which, if you could, wouldn't you?
No.
I mean, no?
No, God, no.
I would.
I wouldn't want to live.
I'd never have to leave home.
Yeah.
I don't want to live underground, and I hate bowling.
So he said that, and Utah got nervous.
Yeah.
Because we feel very strongly about our relationship with Post Malone.
It was in what? The Trib? The Deseret News?
Yeah.
Where was it?
It
Both?
was all over.
That he was moving away?
Yeah. And he never said he's moving away. He said, I'm looking to expand the jam zone.
Now, Fox, our local Fox affiliate, they said he's not ditching Utah after all. He says he's not. He's just going to build another place in another state, but he'll always be here in Cottonwood Heights as well.
Now, Bill, my source was not Fox 13. My source is Post Malone, who I follow on Twitter,
Oh.
who said, I'm not moving out of Utah, y'all. Just getting some more land. I love living in this beautiful place.
And somebody texted us and felt it necessary to point out,
Yeah.
he's not from Utah, you know. He's from Texas.
New York.
He's Utah's own.
I mean, if you want to get technical, then I'm not from here either.
Are any
That's
of us,
right.
Are any of us
That's
really?
right. You're not.
I'm one of those.
Carrie
I'm
and
one
I-
of those Californians.
Carrie and I, sons of the soil.
But are any of us really where we're from? Man.
He
He does a lot of good things for Utah. He does a lot of
That's-
charity work.
That's right. He does a lot of good things. He redesigned a chicken place.
Here's to the people who were upset that he was moving away. This is just me talking.
Okay.
It never affected me one way or another whether he lived here or not. Did it affect you one way or another
Yeah.
whether he lived here or not?
Actually, it does. It affects me.
How does it affect you?
It makes me feel happy. I like him.
I do too.
I would like to meet him
Well,
sometime.
sure.
So
But-
it affects me in that way.
But if he didn't live here,
I'd still like him.
you'd still be happy. You'd still like
I'd still
him.
like him. But I'd feel a little sad if he went away.
You know, people in California and New York, they run into famous people all the time. It's, you know, swing a dead cat and hit a famous person.
Yeah.
But here you have the chance of maybe running into an Osmond
What?
or we don't have Robert Redford. Maybe
I've run into a Redford and I once swung a dead cat and hit an Osmond.
it's my sign off.
I swung a dead cat and hit an Osmond.
But the thought of being able to run into somebody of the
Yeah.
stature of Post Malone.
Carrie, you're right. He was born in Syracuse, New York,
Yes.
but at a young age,
Yes.
he and his family relocated to Grapevine, Texas.
For the podcast, we played Circles by Post Malone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a really nice song too. He's I urge you all to find Tiny Desk Concert that NPR does, and Post Malone does a Tiny Desk.
I think
concert.
he does that song. And
I think he does, yeah, and he does maybe 4 or 5 songs, and it's really pared down. It's you know, he plays the guitar, and he's got other musicians with him and backup singers and stuff, but it's very pared down, and he's lovely.
he's just charming, and he's a good guy, and I like the idea of him being around.
I don't want to go too far with all of that, though. That he's charming and he's a good guy and all of that, because sure as hell, as I do that, we're going to
Something
find
will
out
come out.
something awful about him.
We should never compliment anybody, just in case.
Well, not overdo it.
I won't even compliment Dolly Parton anymore.
No?
Okay? I'm not even.
Is something going to come out
that.
about Dolly?
Oh, it
No.
did. Yes, it's that whole Fredericks of Hollywood thing, isn't it?
No?
I think that for me it was.
There's always something, it seems.
That was a
You-
deal breaker
you know.
for me. Fredericks of Hollywood.
How about Mr. Rogers?
Okay.
Well,
I'll
yeah.
stick with him.
Okay.
All right.
Bob Ross.
No.
Yeah. Bob Ross. I was talking to. It's the rental manager at Mark Miller Subaru. Loves Bob Ross.
How did that come up?
I don't remember, but I was talking with him, and we talking about Bob Ross, and he said, I got a whole, I watched this whole documentary, and I've read all about him, and he was just as lovely a man and quiet a man as he appeared to be. And because people
Very
would ask his
calming.
wife,
Is he
Come
really?
on.
Come on.
No, he's just that way.
I mean, we got Ty Burrell here in town.
Yeah.
We got Tan France.
Yeah.
That's true. Thank you,
nice
Texter.
people, nice people.
Tan seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, but he won't ever come on our show again for some reason.
Well, I
I
don't think
blame-
we've asked
I
him.
blame
Yeah,
you.
we did.
I
You
blame
blame
you.
me? Why? Because I'm a bad dresser?
Because you're denim on denim.
Yes. I'm a bad dresser. That's why. I can't be in the studio with that Bill Allred. He dresses horribly.
He'll make me look bad.
But I'm sort of serious about that, about getting too, I like Post Malone. I think he's very
Yeah.
talented, but just getting too, all into Post Malone, and then
You're just waiting for the other
Yeah.
shoe to drop. Is that?
I just hate.
Why can't you just believe the best? And he seems like a nice guy.
Gina,
We'll go with
I
that.
can't believe the best because I've been alive for a while and I see what goes on.
And trust your instincts. Remember when Tim Ballard was here in studio? We all felt weird about it.
Yeah.
We all got a bad vibe. You trust your instinct. I think
It's-
if Post Malone were in the studio, we'd go, yeah, he's a really nice
Same
guy.
thing happened with Vincent D'Onofrio when he was in our studio.
Yeah.
You got a weird vibe.
No,
Weird
but,
vibe.
but the big reason was he tried to pull one over on us, and he kind of did.
Yeah.
He was there to talk about this Scientology thing, which he never called a Scientology
Yeah.
thing. It was,
Yeah.
It was something else.
We thought he was there for a charity.
Yeah.
well, and it was sort of a charity to rehabilitate cops who've had to go to drug houses, and and it was just
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
But I don't hate Vincent D'Onofrio
Well,
for that.
no,
I hate Tim Ballard.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it wasn't Vincent D'Onofrio that fibbed to us. It was the people that booked him.
Yeah.
They're the
Yeah.
ones who fibbed to us.
Yeah, I mean, when he was here, he was pretty upfront about
Yeah.
what he was doing and why
Exactly.
he was doing it, and he felt it was a worthy cause. All right. Anyway, let's get it over with. We'll take a break here, and then we'll come back with your check-ins. 877-602-9696. You want to comment on Post Malone? Have you seen Posty around town? That would be interesting if you've had
you're
some
running-
encounter with Post Malone or any of our other famous Utah.
Have you hit an Osmond with a dead
If
cat?
you hit it, yes. 877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week. And so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
Yeah,
an
I was going to
expensive
say, I'll
trip.
put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who is that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
And
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite
No?
friend of. Come on, you guys!
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I love punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Mm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy.
But-
Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well-
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not
he's
heard
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not
He,
anymore.
he was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified,
You wanted,
That's when.
that's when I went. Oh, well.
you didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it, and
Yeah.
but
I said, where
Because
did
he
you,
thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
And I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how about Cuba?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But, well, then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy, if you're listening. We have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was
doing like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So, a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
We could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No,
Yeah.
I want him in here. I need to see him. I need
I
to.
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
his overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the
never.
right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show to where you will have the chance to
Well, I'll
make
if
good on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Carrie says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's
that.
all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. He's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
And relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey,
Oh.
hey,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
You know, Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
that's true. That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life.
Oh.
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
It's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
oh, that's right.
His first name is
Reverend Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
And
life
then you can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so
Well-
maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, no.
It's over with.
Let's do that. We will start the show officially, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. That's the number. I see a lot of people texting about Post Malone. We haven't gotten any phone calls yet, but maybe, and you don't have to talk about Post Malone.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want. So call us, 877-602-9696. The text is 33986. Gina?
Save big now at Big O Tires. Changing seasons, changing tire sale this month. Get up to $140 in rebate savings. Make a convenient appointment online at bigotires.com.
The moon is 14.3% of full, a waxing crescent moon. The next full moon will be just at the end of the month, October 28th. The moon will rise today at 12:01 p.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 18th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. Now, I'm going to tell you a little thing here that just amazed me.
Okay.
It's Hagfish Day.
Hagfish.
Now, if you look up a hagfish, it's not a pleasant looking thing.
Okay.
Hagfish have no jaws, no bones, and no scales. It's a fish species that is not the easiest on the eyes. And to make matters worse, they have an equally unsettling eating habit. Hagfish feast on dead or dying bodies of marine animals. They do so by sliding into the body and eating it away from the inside, just leaving the skin behind.
Wow.
Their slime contains extremely strong threads of protein and can be used to make durable material for bulletproof vests, artificial tissue, and other items.
Wow.
Do people eat hagfish? They look like just big, ugly worms. Yes, people do eat them. They are barbecued and eaten in stir-fry dishes. Pacific hagfish are shipped alive and fetch a better price than the black hagfish, which don't ship well alive and so are frozen. And their skin is marketed as eel skin, and one hagfish makes a nice rectangle of skin that you can make into boots or whatever.
Yeah.
They're really icky.
All right.
National Mashed Potato Day, National Necktie Day, National Ken Day, the people named Ken, and now blasting thousands of watts of radio energy right into your face. It's the morning show that couldn't turn around until we were upside down, and now we're running in circles. Run away, run away, run away. We're radio from hell. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, and we're down a man. Cameron Diaz is not well. So Dawson is doing it all today.
Hey, put that dog to work in there.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
that
Surely
dog just
he's
lays
learned-
around.
Surely he's learned after all this exposure how to work the equipment.
All right.
If Dawson can run the Telecaster, so can the dog.
All right. Let's begin with Aiden. Hello, Aiden.
Good morning.
Aiden,
Morning.
where are you calling from?
Well, I'm currently sitting in my car waiting to go into work.
What city are you in?
Salt Lake.
Okay. What have you for us?
Well, I typically just text to check in.
Mhm.
This morning, I woke up extra early to listen to the very beginning of the show because I thought for sure October 18th, Chuck Berry's birthday, I would finally get to hear my ding-a-ling.
It was discussed.
Oh, God.
It was discussed.
I had no idea. Thank you. Thank you for showing some restraint.
But if we're ever going to play it, though, it should be on
we
his
have
birthday.
played it. We have played it on his birthday once, and that's damned enough.
But Aiden called in. He made the effort to call.
So
877-602-9696.
I'm sorry, Aiden. I'm really sorry.
Ain't nobody gonna knock it down. Yeah, freedom.
For you, Aiden.
Yes, sir. It's one
Barry's
guy right
feeling
over there.
generous.
Yeah.
Mine, too. That's all right, brother. Yes, sir. You got a right, baby. Ain't nobody gonna bother you, baby. Once I was climbing the garden wall, I slipped and had a terrible fall.
Terrible fall.
Felt so hard I heard bells ring, but held on to my ding-a-ling.
There you go, Aiden. You happy?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for ruining the show. See ya. Man.
Keeping track of Chuck Berry's birthday. Let's see. I almost ran over a redford fishing up Provo Canyon.
It can happen.
Yeah. Zane checking in on my way to the airport. X-Pole idea. What celebrity you've met gave you a weird vibe?
That was a good X-Pole idea.
Yeah. Siege checking in on the way to Clearfield after a night of staffing the big hospital up on the hill. Thanks for keeping me awake with some quality farting around.
Oh.
I'm glad you liked it.
Transpo Lindsay checking in. MedTech M, I haven't met any of them, but I'm related to Osmonds.
Oh.
In my marriage, like Gina, I'm a transplant. That's my biggest Utah flex. Well, I did not hit him with a dead cat. I was standing in line in Park City at the Alpine Slide right in front of Donny Osmond. He was so desperate to be noticed because nobody was noticing and fussing over him. So he kept talking out loud about his sister Marie, calling her by name.
You know, my sister Marie.
Let's see. We got line one. We've got Hayden, North Ogden.
Hayden.
Hayden, how are you, Hayden?
Good. How are you?
Fine. Hayden, that's an interesting name. Is there a story behind why your parents named you Hayden?
My parents are LDS, and my dad's a mission companion. That was his name.
Ah, okay. So what have you got for us in North Ogden, Mr. Hayden?
Not a lot. I just wanted to tell you guys I'm a notorious sleeper in. I have tried everything as far as alarms to wake up, and the only thing I can do to wake up is I have to do Google Home, and I have to have it wake me up with your guys' show every morning.
Oh, good.
Ah, well, that's a
What
good
time
way.
does your alarm go off?
It goes off at 5:55 to get me ready, and then it starts playing at 6.
Oh, you're right. You're right there at the beginning of the show.
Excellent. Excellent. Why do you get up that early, Hayden?
Mostly for work.
Which is what?
I do IT help desk.
Okay. Well, Hayden, thanks for checking in with us. It's nice to hear from you, and I'm glad we can help wake you up in the morning.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye.
See ya.
Let's go to Christian.
Hey, Christian, where are you calling from?
South Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay. All right, then. What's up?
Sorry, I'm focused. I'm at work. I'm
Okay.
actually playing hooky from work to talk to you. But I wanted to thank you for the Jolly Green Giant cedar plant that you gave me the last time I checked in.
Carrie's gift of trees.
Yeah, they're called something giant. It's not Jolly Green, but it's something green. Thuja
Well, I
Green
added the
Giant.
Jolly, but they do have Green Giant in their nomenclature.
Yeah,
And
Thuja
they're
Green
thriving.
Giant.
They're doing well.
Oh, good.
Well, how many did you get?
I got 2.
Excellent.
And I kept them up. I don't have them outside yet. I don't have them planted, but I have them in water so that they're getting all the moisture they need,
Okay.
and I'm going to move them to the outside soon. I was worried if I put them on the ground that the kitty would mark them.
Oh,
Okay. That's a Christian. Be careful. You leave them in your house too long, they'll grow right up through your roof.
That's true, and my neighbor might be offended, but then she might use it for a Christmas tree.
That she might.
Yeah.
all right. There we go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christian.
There you go. Hey, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Tooele checking in. Had the pleasure of meeting Post Malone, hanging out with him. He was as real as he can be, not a fake person at
Oh,
all.
that's nice to
I
hear.
bet that's just. I would imagine that to be true.
Heather and Louise checking in from the Experiment 626 mobile, stuck in the Philadelphia traffic. Tracy from Tooele, Johnny B checking in. All right. Tim the Tree Guy,
Everybody's here.
Rebel Rabbit, Lunch Lady Katie. Cheeseburgers for lunch today.
Yeah.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see. Boy, UDOT hasn't reported anything for about an hour, which tells me things are moving well this morning so far. If you see something not moving well and you want to share it with friends of the program, you do that via text if it's safe for you to text 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back after some messages and a song with Big Boy News and Opinioendo, and Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity Game. We'll explain how to play and what you'll win coming up. Stand by. Bewilder Brewing.
Oh man, let's go there for lunch.
Well, see, that's the thing, is you're thinking about lunch right now. You're on your way to work, but you're really thinking
You got to
about
plan these things out.
and why not have a beer at lunch?
Sure.
Have a beer and some of the great food at Bewilder Brewing. Pickle fries, which you guys like those a lot.
I ate way too many of those.
I enjoyed the currywurst fries a lot. You can get $10 lunch specials every weekday before 5 p.m. The burgers or the schnitzel sandwich.
That was good too. I had one of
Really
those.
good. And you know, if you put certain condiments on it and dress it up, and then that comes with they both come with fries, the Bewilder burger or the sandwich.
Then the condiments, they make them in house.
Yep.
The mustard, the ketchup.
A nice thing too about Bewilder Brewing, it's downtown, but you don't have to worry about parking. It's great free parking
Off-street.
Yeah, off-street parking. And that's really a plus. Bewilder Brewing. How many beers? 16 beers usually on tap. 445 South, 400 West. Age 21 and over only.
Listen to Radio from Hell and Home when you first.
And Bill talking about euros just makes me want a euro
I made a mistake though.
with onion rings.
I got a euro that was
Not a good euro?
well. So I'm tired. I get tired of ordering the same thing sometimes, and I see that they have a Philly cheesesteak gyro.
Ooh.
Well, then that's not really a.
Well, it comes in the wrapped up, the
It could be.
the pita bread and
Yeah.
and it's filled with gyro meat and cheese and peppers.
And cheese and peppers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they combine the idea of both. That sounds like it could be good.
Because they used I don't know what kind of cheese, but if they had used Whiz,
Got to use the cheese whiz.
it would have been okay.
For a true Philly, you got to use
But
the
this
cheese
was
whiz.
a really dense, sticky cheese that, and so and there was not enough meat.
Yeah.
So
that's a
basically,
problem,
what
too.
I tasted was green peppers,
Oh.
and it was
Green peppers should never be in anything.
Oh, now you hush. You
Hi.
sound like my father.
I like them. They're just fine.
They overpower. If green peppers are in something, that's all you taste is green peppers.
You have to know how to use them. You've apparently been around someone who's not judicious with their green
They are
peppers.
extremely overpowering flavor.
They're very strong. You know what's also very strong, and you don't think of it as being a strong flavor? Celery.
It's the same thing.
Celery is really.
Mm-hmm.
I love it in stuff, like you'll put, and even cooked, and it's it's there. It asserts itself,
I'm here.
and you think of celery as just being this kind of.
No, it's a
bland
strong
thing,
It's a
but
strong flavor.
It is. I like it.
Now I want a gyro today.
Oh, by the way, I sent your wife that biscuit pot pie recipe. She said she's made it already.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is that? How involved is the biscuit pot pie?
Well, I sent it to you, Bill.
Oh, okay.
But Carrie's wife and I have this thing where I find recipes that, boy, if I cooked, I'd make this, but I don't, so I send it to her, and she makes it for Carrie. This doesn't make any sense at all.
How did you send it?
I emailed it to you. But this popped up in a story about what do I do with this leftover turkey? So it's
What do I do with all this paella?
but you can make it with like a rotisserie chicken too.
Oh, this looks great.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
you could even use the biscuits in a roll.
Yeah.
You don't have to actually make biscuits.
Yeah,
if
there's
you
a
want
there's
to.
a recipe for the biscuits, but they say if you just want to buy biscuits,
Yeah.
you can do it. But it's onions, carrots, garlic, thyme, dry white wine, chicken stock,
all the good stuff for a pot
half
pie.
and half,
There you
frozen
go.
peas,
Yeah.
and then you put biscuits on top of it.
Looks good to me.
Delicious. I remember when she made this now.
Although my kids would go, there are peas in this.
And you don't have any leftover turkey, do you? I mean,
no.
I know you didn't even do turkey. Do
We
you have
didn't,
leftover
no.
chicken?
No, we ate it all.
No, we don't. And because my wife wanted to make turkey ramen, and but we don't have any leftover turkey. So I'm going to go see if I can find today. She wants to make it tomorrow, and if you get a frozen turkey breast, you can't do that. But I think Harmon sometimes has
A cooked.
fresh turkey breast.
fresh turkey.
And I could roast it in in an hour and a half or something. So it's easy to do.
And we still haven't had Thanksgiving dinner, so I'm going to
When is that scheduled?
I think it's Saturday.
So Saturday, you're all going to the Olive Garden?
Yeah.
Is that when it is?
But if we have leftover turkey, then I'll pass this recipe to Joe, and he can make this as our leftovers for next week. So
There is still an Olive Garden around, isn't there?
there's a bunch of them.
Because that one that was right near us
that's closed.
That's been gone there for a while.
My Olive Garden is the Sugar House Olive Garden, the one.
I had no idea you had stock in it.
She does, essentially.
Oh, you've eaten enough breadsticks, I'm sure.
She's invested.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
She's invested.
Olive Garden. I went once.
Sometimes it's just the right thing.
Remember, we used to gripe about the Olive Garden, and this one that was close to our studio. They started bringing us food,
Yeah.
like every 2 or 3 days. They would bring us food and say, "Come on,"
Give us a chance.
it wasn't.
Sometimes,
that bad. It
in
was
certain
fine.
situations, it's just the right thing.
People joke about Olive Garden, don't they? I mean,
Sure.
like you'll hear comedians doing Olive Garden jokes and stuff because it's so ubiquitous.
That's why sometimes.
And so many people think of it as real Italian fine dining.
That's not what you go there for.
Well, but I'm saying many people think of it that way. Oh, yeah, I love Italian food. I go to Olive Garden.
It's its own thing.
Free breadsticks. Oh, this place just exudes class. Now, there restaurants like that are necessary because, well, I mean, I've had to use them occasionally when my dad and that woman that he married would come up and visit. There was no way I was going to take them to my favorite place because they wouldn't like anything at my favorite place. They would just sit and stare at the menu and go, oh. So you take them to, Cheesecake Factory, and they're.
I've told the story before. My grandparents, for 60th wedding anniversary, I said, I would like to take you out to dinner for your anniversary, and I will take you to any restaurant you want to go to. Now, this was up in Ogden, but I said, when I was living in Ogden, I said, we'll go to Salt Lake if you want, but anything in Ogden, there were a few good, they could have gone to the Timber Mine or places like that. And there was a place up in Ogden called Andy's Chuck Wagon, which was essentially Chuck-A-Rama. It was Chuck-A-Rama. Andy's Chuck Wagon. Yeah. And they said, that's what we want to go to Andy's. But you go there all the time. Well,
that's what they wanted.
Take us to Andy's. My grandfather had a lot of money, but
one of the reasons he had a lot of money is because
he sure wouldn't know it. As a matter of fact, when he said we sat down with our plates, he said, "Don't order soda. Soda's extra."
There's a reason he had money.
Yeah.
Moye on the vocal, Only You. All right, coming up in this break, we do have Big Boy News, Opinioendo. Right after that, Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. And then Things That Must Go. We could use your Things That Must Go, I'm guessing.
Always. Always.
Just send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go" in the subject line. All of that stuff. Do we try to do too much? I think we try to do too much.
I'm looking at the schedule.
We give and we give and we give.
That's a lot. I don't know.
So, send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go" in the subject line. But anyway, back to what we're doing here in this break.
I'm glad I had my Mill Creek coffee this morning to bolster me up and get me ready for the day.
Too. White Mountain blend. Anyway, so in this break, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, and then Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. We'll present to you 4 celebrity names. 3 of them are fine, 1 of them dead. Pick the dead one correctly. You will win
Disney on Ice tickets.
Disney on Ice tickets. 877-602-9696. The sooner you get in line, the better your chance of playing, and even better, your chance of winning. Frank Christ presents 877-602-9696, Disney on Ice tickets. News now, brought to you by
Salt Lake Film Society's Tower of Terror wraps up this weekend at Broadway Center Cinemas. Go see The Shining on Friday and The Exorcist on Saturday on the big screen. Get tickets at slfstix.org.
New Mexico prosecutors announced yesterday that they will present a case against Alec Baldwin to a grand jury, saying that additional facts have come to light in the shooting death on the set of a movie called Rust 2 years ago. In a statement, special prosecutors Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis said they will bring the case to a grand jury within the next 2 months for consideration of criminal charges. After extensive investigations, they say, over the past several months, additional facts have come to light that we believe show Mr. Baldwin has criminal culpability in the death of Helena Hutchins and the shooting of Joel Sousa. They said in documents or statements to the court, we believe the appropriate course of action is to permit a panel of New Mexico citizens to determine from here whether Mr. Baldwin should be held over for criminal trial. And, the New Mexico citizens are going to go, Alec Baldwin, New Yorker, let's hold him over for trial.
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it?
A little bit. They've investigated, and it was finally determined an accident. Baldwin had been initially charged with involuntary manslaughter, but the charges were dropped on the eve of a preliminary hearing. The special prosecutors have since sent the gun in for further forensic testing. At one point, they stated in a filing that Baldwin would be charged again if it was determined that the gun was functional, rather than, there was some kind of something wrong with the mechanism. Let's see. A massive blast rocked a Gaza City hospital packed with wounded and other Palestinians seeking shelter on Tuesday, killing hundreds of people. The Hamas-run health ministry said Hamas blamed an Israeli airstrike, while the Israeli military blamed a rocket misfired by other Palestinian militias. At least 500 people killed, the ministry said.
They have video of so there's cameras all over the place looking at the border, and Israel had time-stamped video of like Hamas launching a bunch of rockets, and you can see them launch it and then see the explosion.
And yet I thought I heard early this morning too that it was an accidental Israeli.
And that this is all part of the fog of war situation that we're in. You know, with the internet the way it is, everybody wants to be first, and they're often wrong, which is why you should wait a day or two.
I think they will. They will get to the bottom of it, but that doesn't. It won't mean anything to the 500 people that were killed.
And I was watching the news last night, and the reporter said, "We're going to show you some video, and it could be disturbing." I kept watching because I wanted to hear what the story was, and I can't believe what they showed just on the regular network news. It was awful.
Utah Representative Burgess Owens is really helping out, though.
Yeah.
Co-sponsored a bill that would prevent President Biden from issuing visas to Palestinians to come to the U.S. They need to stay there where they can be killed. Following Hamas's barbaric massacre of innocent civilians, including 30 Americans, allowing unvetted Palestinians.
Well, they wouldn't allow unvetted Palestinians.
Exactly.
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't
would
do
vet
it.
them.
Burgess,
He's a dink.
not just
Unvetted
gonna let
Palestinians
anybody
with ties to terrorism to resettle in our communities gravely compromises our national security.
You're lying, Burgess.
He's making stuff up.
Yep.
The new bill comes after Hamas attacked civilians in Israel.
But again, it's not about governing; it's about the clicks.
Yeah. And speaking of that, Jim Jordan, he didn't get the necessary votes yesterday to become Speaker of the House. They're going to try again today.
And he got less than McCarthy did the first time they started voting.
Jordan told reporters at the Capitol that the next vote would take place Wednesday. That's today around 11 a.m. Eastern Time. He said, "I've had good discussions with my Republican colleagues. We're going to keep working and we're going to get to the votes," he said. I just am just so sick of those people.
And now he's resorting to strong arm tactics. He's having his staff send texts to the wives of fellow congressmen saying, "Why isn't your husband a good soldier?"
Yeah.
You know.
Well, here I read this and I thought, well, this is good news. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is delisting 21 species from the Endangered Species Act.
Okay, you'd think.
You know why?
Why?
Because they're extinct.
Oh, jeez.
Based on rigorous reviews of the best available science for each of these species, the service determined that these species are in fact now extinct and should be removed from the list of endangered species. Most of these species are listed under the Endangered Species Act. They were put on the list in the 70s and 80s and were in very low numbers or likely already extinct at the time. Here are some of the creatures that are no longer on the earth.
Awful.
The little Mariana fruit bat
It sounds cute.
was put on the list in 1984, but they hadn't really had a confirmed sighting of one since 1968. Birds, Bachman's warbler, listed in 67, but they hadn't seen. Oh, they did see one in 1980, but now they think they're gone. The bridle-eyed white-eye Kauai akaiola. These are birds in Hawaii. There are several of them. Let's see. Then there are fish species. The San Marcos gambuzia fish, taken off the list. Mussels, the flat pigtoe mussel, the stirrup shell mussel, the upland comb shell mussel, and all the rest of them are mussels. 21 species that just aren't on the earth anymore, and it probably has a lot to do with us. A man died in a paragliding accident yesterday after he and a hang glider collided midair in Draper. What are the odds of this? Draper police said they received a report around 5 p.m. of a midair collision between a tandem paraglider, so two people, and a single-person hang glider. The accident happened at the Salt Lake County Flight Park, which is near Point of the Mountain. The three people involved were found on the ground. about 1/8 of a mile south of the launch pad. Paragliding, of course, involves a parachute-like device with really no structure. Hang gliders have a rigid metal frame and a fixed wing. The person in the hang glider was treated at the scene and released. The passenger of the paraglider was taken to the hospital by AirMed. Officials said she was in critical condition, but at least awake during the transport. The man flying the paraglider died from his injuries at the scene. He was identified as 44-year-old Joshua Ellison. But apparently the pilot or the main flyer of the hang glider, he was able to walk away from it. He was not injured, really. Here are 5 toys, playfully called the Forgotten Five.
Yes.
A handful of toys, the Pogo Stick. Gina's the...
I love Pogo Stick.
And the Fisher-Price Corn Popper. I used to love one.
Yeah.
I had one when I was a little kid. You push it around on the wheels. My Little Pony.
Wait a minute. Why are they forgotten? That doesn't make any
Forgotten
sense.
because they have not been put into the Hall of Fame yet.
Oh,
They haven't been
okay.
voted.
Not,
They haven't been voted in.
Got
They've
it.
been on ballots, but they haven't made it.
Pez dispensers and Transformers.
all of those should be in there.
That regularly approach Toy Box royalty as finalists for the National Toy Hall of Fame, only to be tossed back on the pile. For one of them, this is the year they'll finally make it. The Hall of Fame is letting fans decide which one of the 5 should be put into the Toy Hall of Fame. You can vote for it. Let's see, where do you go to vote? I wish I'd looked further in. And
I'll be voting for Pez dispensers.
That out of all those,
really,
Yeah.
not Transformers.
Transformers will make it there eventually. So will My Little Pony.
Yeah, that's probably.
I looked at the list and I went, the least likely to make it in there, Pez dispensers, needs to be in there.
If you just go to the National Toy Hall of Fame website, which is, there'll be a way for you to vote for those things there. And it's officially moving day for Hogle Zoo elephants. Or elephant. I think they're...
No, there's 2. It's a mom and a daughter. And I'm kind of sad because I remember taking my kids there for years and years. They love the elephants. I love the elephants. But I am happy for the elephants because where they're going, they will have much more room and other elephants to be with. It's a much better situation.
So long, Christy. So long, Missouri. The final destination for the elephants is being kept a secret, so you don't know.
Well, they've said, though.
Gina, maybe they're going to the elephant, rendering plant.
No, they're not. They're going to be with other elephants.
Final destination is kept a secret. There's no such thing as an elephant rendering plant, by the way, until they reach their new home, though officials have divulged that it is an accredited zoo where opportunities for them to grow their family may increase. The zoo said we shouldn't be caring for the elephants here. We just don't have the space.
Yeah.
And they need to roam around.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Terrell Owens has not played football since 2010, and he's had many adventures since then.
Why would I remember the name Terrell Owens?
T.O. He was.
Who did he play for?
Not
mostly?
not only a good player, but he had a lot of off the field antics, and that continues. He was hit by a car on Monday night, all because he got into a tiff with someone during a pickup basketball game earlier in the evening. Law enforcement tells TMZ Sports Owens was playing in Calabasas area while he got in an argument with someone else on the court. The other guy got into his car and aimed it right at T.O. and hit him.
Wow.
Apparently he didn't need medical attention, so he wasn't going very fast. But T.O. always seems to find himself in trouble. I'm sure his mouth got him into trouble. That's what happened there. Major League Baseball. Wow, Philadelphia Phillies 10-0 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They lead that series 2-0. And let's see, tonight it's the Astros and the Rangers at 6. Texas leads that series 2-0. Weather. We just have this beautiful fall weather for days and days. Today, sunny and 72. Tomorrow, 75. Friday, 77. We'll be close to 80 by the weekend, it looks like.
Nice.
Next chance of rain looks like maybe Sunday night into Monday, but even that isn't a great chance of rain. Traffic, we've got Victoria in Salt Lake says traffic being diverted I-80 westbound. There's an accident cleanup crew backed up to 7th North. Thank you, whoever sent that. Well, it was Victoria. She said who it was. She sent it into 33986. No other accidents being reported by UDOT, but maybe you have something to report. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years, contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Frank Christ.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Celebrity Reaper. Grim Reaper, the Reaper of Celebrity Souls extraordinaire.
Oh.
Frank Christ has joined us in the studio.
I'm still getting hate email from...
What?
About Suzanne Summers.
Well, was it you didn't kill Suzanne Summers. You just went and gently put Chrissy in your sidecar and of your electric scooter and took her to the distribution center.
You need some better,
a PR. Yeah, you need a publicist. That's what you need.
Speak to my publicist?
Yes.
That'd be like a precious celebrity if I had a publicist.
Yes.
And we all want to be like our precious celebrities.
That's right.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Frank is, as I said, he's a Grim Reaper. His specialty is reaping the souls of celebrities. That's what he's been assigned to do. And it's ironic because...
I love our precious celebrities.
I know you do. He's very sad when he has to go do it. Wouldn't you rather have been a reaper of, like, balloonists?
Oh, yes. What a blight on the nation, balloonists.
Yeah. But Frank is here. We play a game every weekday morning called Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
He's given me a list of precious celebrities, and 3 of the people on this list are...
Well, they're fine. I checked on them on the way here.
They're fine, just fine, but one of them Frank has met and is, in fact, deceased. And we have a contestant to play the game.
Gerald is on the phone.
Gerald, good morning. How are you?
Gerald right there.
How are you, Gerald?
I'm fine, just fine.
Good for you, Gerald. And Gerald, what can Gerald win?
Gerald, you could win tickets to see Disney on Ice November 9th through the 12th at the Delta Center.
All right, Gerald, I'm going to read you this list of actors, and you tell me which one of the 4 is dead. Because it's National Ken Day, these are all actors with the first name Ken. Number 1, Ken Weatherwax. He made his acting debut when he was 9 years old, playing a boy named Chester in a commercial for Gleam toothpaste. Then Weatherwax made his acting debut playing a boy Then he was cast as Pugsley Addams on The Addams Family. Ken Weatherwax is number 1. Number 2 is Ken Olin, known for his role as Michael Stedman in the ABC drama series 30-something, for which he received a Golden Globe Award for Best Actor, a television series drama nomination as well. Olin later began working as a TV director and producer. His producer credits include Alias, Brothers and Sisters, and This Is Us. Number 2 Ken is Ken Olin. Number 3 Ken is Ken Kirzinger. He worked as an actor in TV movies like Brotherly Love and Gunsmoke: Return to Dodge. He continued acting, but he became a prolific stunt performer as well. Worked on films like Shoot to Kill, Look Who's Talking, Bird on the Wire, and It. He's best known for his portrayal as Jason Voorhees in Freddy vs. Jason. Number 3, Ken Kirzinger. And the final Ken on this list, Kenneth Hudson Campbell. He was a member of Second City and played Santa in the Home Alone movie. He then played Animal or Lust for 3 years on the Fox TV show Herman's Head. He was Buckman in the Fox submarine comedy Down Periscope. He appeared in the Seinfeld episode The Seven, where he played Ken, the husband of Susan's first cousin Carrie. He played Bruce, the owner of a bookstore in Disney's movie Under Wraps, and he was in Armageddon as well. Number 4, Ken Hudson Campbell. Of those Kens, which one is dead, Gerald?
I believe it's number 4.
Kenneth Hudson. No.
No, he's fine.
No, he's fine. He's 61. He was he was in Groundhog Day too. He was the man in the hall.
Yes.
I'm going to give you another chance though, Gerald, because I want you to go to Disney on Ice. Listen carefully.
Right.
Listen carefully. Is it Ken Weatherwax, Ken Olin, or Ken Kirzinger?
Ken Weatherwax.
It is Ken Weatherwax.
Oh,
how did you know that? I didn't know that.
He died in 2014 at the age of 59. He had a heart attack. He was at his home in California and died of a heart attack. And really, all he ever did was play Chester in a Gleam commercial and Pugsley on the Addams Family, and
But
that was
still,
about it.
something.
But he was, congratulations, Gerald. You got somebody you will take with you to Disney on Ice? Some children, perhaps?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hang on the line. Somebody will tell you what you need to do next. Well, there
Ken
you go.
Weatherwax.
Yes, Ken, little Pugsley.
Oh.
And he always looked kind of like Pugsley. I saw a picture of him as an adult, and he was
It was not easy getting him in the sidecar, I'll tell you that.
I'll bet.
Well, I got to go check on Mike Ditka.
Iron Mike Ditka?
83 today.
The Bears.
Oh, I don't want to get him in the sidecar.
He'll be
That's
grumpy.
That's another one. He's going to put up. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye.
Oh, well, a texter says, Gina, yesterday I told you traffic and Price was flowing and going. This morning I'm in Vegas and things are constipated. This town is dirty.
Yes. Yes, it is.
That's the only traffic I have to tell you about. And that came in via text from a friend of the program. You can do that, too, if you see something out there, 33986. Utah First Credit Union, they work with you, not just your credit score, because experience matters. Apply for judgment-free auto loan and color outside the credit lines at utahfirst.com.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm seeing texting things that must go. We can't accept them via text. You need to email them. radiofromhell@x96.com. That's where you send them to. We got things that must go right after these. KXRK Provo, Underdog.
Football season is here, and there's no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog Fantasy in their Pick'em game. I did this on the Monday Night Football game, the Pick'em game, and it was easy, and it was really fun. You can win real money. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. With their Pick'em game, you pick between like 2 or 5 players. You do you pick whether they'll you pick based on their stats is what you do, and it's great fun. So all you have to do is go to their website, go to their easy-to-use mobile app, or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with and Underdog will.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar. Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mate and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehigh here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehigh Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector, my zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehigh for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week,
Look,
though.
just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
Carrie.
Who's that?
Olaf and Roy.
Oh, what does Olaf want with my tweets?
Well,
He just wants you to come to Roy.
Not much happening in Roy, so he's got to find out
He
what's...
wants to buy you a shake at the burger
Oh, okay.
bar.
I've been
Burger
craving,
bar?
been
Burger
craving
bar.
a shake lately.
They do good ones, too.
Sounds good.
I got at the Dairy Queen a mini... Oh, I just wanted a little taste.
Yeah.
The
I
DQ?
I didn't want a whole big shake. And you can get a little tiny, just like 7 bites of shake. It was the perfect amount of shake.
What's the point of that?
That's all I just wanted a little taste.
It just makes me want more.
Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, Hot Tub Factory Outlet and Backyards of America have huge savings on 2023 hot tub models. Buy local at Hot Tub Factory Outlet and Backyards of America.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Well, here they are, things that are bugging you, things that we're going to try and help you with. You say, I can't stand these things in my life anymore. They must go. Maybe Radio from Hell can make these things go away. And so you send us an email, radiofromhell@x96.com. You put must go in the subject line. And if you do that and we read yours on the air, it might help you. And sometimes those things magically disappear. I'll go first this time. This one says, longtime listener, first time to contact, must go. Boner of the day, where all of them are obvious boners.
Mm-hmm.
Most days there's one obvious boner, but occasionally they're all boners.
Yep.
Thanks. Timbo. This one says, John in St. George, but we're moving to Beaverton, Oregon. Going into the garage this morning and discovering a screw had found its way into my back left tire. Big O, here I come.
Yep.
And then this one, well, this person needs some help, some serious help. You can use my name. Okay, Jeremy. First, many white privilege things must go, like news journalists that walk toward a camera while telling their stories, or feel the need to stand in the middle of a hurricane for dramatic effect. It's distracting and doesn't improve the broadcast. All I think about is how dumb they look standing outside in the craziness. Now, I don't know why he put...
What that has to do with white.
Oh, I see what he means. This is the first of many white privilege things that must go. He's feeling that he has white privilege.
He doesn't have real problems.
And so he can complain
He
about
doesn't
this.
have real problems.
He can complain
I
about
got
this
it.
kind of
I
stuff.
got it.
It's not even necessary.
It took me a second.
I
but-
got you.
Second must go. Camera operators that can't or won't hold still. Bouncing back and forth and up and down, panning in and out doesn't make the show any more real. It just makes me dizzy. Some shows are so bad I can't watch them at all, which is disappointing because I want to watch them. I mean, The Office, Parks and Rec, Succession, among many others. Highly rated, and I just can't watch them. Third, junk snail mail must go. I walk out to the mailbox, and it's all junk mail. And last, the word got must go. It's almost without exception the wrong word to use, and it drives me nuts. You don't got, you have. For example, you don't got boners, you have boners. You don't got traffic, you have traffic. You don't got to decide, you have to decide. There's no you've got, you have. You've got 300 seconds, you have 300 seconds. You have. I apologize. I know I sound like a crazy person.
Yes.
It only happens when things drive me crazy. But sincerely, thanks for letting me listen. I love your show. Longtime friend of the program. Listen to every minute of every broadcast in real time, every day. The pre-show, reruns, everything, farting around. I could not love the show more, and all of you, I think your show means more to this community than you realize.
Wow.
Jeremy. Gary?
No pressure.
I'm used to it.
All right. Well, here's the first one is for my wife. Maybe you can relate to this,
Okay.
Gina. I don't know. When you have an outing planned for the week,
yes.
So you plan out your hair washing schedule,
Yes.
but then that appointment gets changed to a different day, throws your whole hair washing schedule
Amen.
off. All right. I figured you would.
Okay.
You don't wash your hair every day.
Because
There's-
you got all
yeah.
that hair
Yeah,
like
yeah.
my wife does. So, all right. This is from Ed's friend Andy.
Okay.
What else must go is toilets that spray a little bit of water on the toilet seat or rim when they are flushed.
Yeah.
I, like Carrie, try to be a livable male. I don't know what that means.
It's a compliment.
I clean up after myself. I put the toilet seat down, etc. So if I happen to have a moment when my aim is a little bit off, I clean up after myself like all men and boys should. But my dumb toilets at work have such powerful flush that the water sprays up a little bit on the seat. So even though I myself didn't make the mess, I still have to wipe it up. And what's worse, I have a private. I kind of have a private bathroom at work. So if I don't wipe it up, it looks like I'm the one who did it. I know it's just water, and it'll probably dry and not look like a stain or something. But I can't take that chance.
Exactly.
I get you, EFA. Let's see this one from Tony. The terminal episode for FX's Archer being a disappointment.
That must go.
Well, you see, then after that they announced, that's not the finale. We've got a 3-part finale coming up in December, and so he says I have to wait for December for the series finale. People playing Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire too loudly at the Eclipse viewing party from their cars.
Playing it at all.
Pink Floyd, Eclipse, the end of Dark Side of the Moon. That's what you go with. All right. Souvenir sodas at the Las Vegas Sphere being sold for $14. Water is $7. It's already too expensive to go to the Sphere. People leaving behind love locks at national parks. Oh, there was a story in the news about that
yeah,
today.
I've got that.
It's vandalism. Rangers have to get the bolt cutters out and find the animals who die because they ate the keys that are tossed aside. They have better things to do with their limited budget given by Congress. Stoners disagreeing with Gina on the idea of Kraft macaroni and cheese ice cream must go. All right, thank you, Tony. And this from Johnny B.
I'm not a stoner.
Johnny B. Waking up in the middle of the night with an idea or worry about my house I'm building that I can easily deal with during daytime hours must go. Will I remember to flash the fascia where it connects to the wall? Do I have enough room to put the fire pole from the top to the bottom level that I want? Am I going to beat winter, getting insulation installed and radiant heat operational? All seemingly dance through my head between 2 and 5 a.m. I'm constantly beat and can use whatever extra sleep I can get. Gina?
Dear Lords and Lady, my name is Missy. Feel free to use my name. Find a resolution to my concerns. All right. What must go is concert attendees who spend the entire concert filming video or live streaming from their cell phones.
Yes.
Nobody is watching the concert on your Facebook page live. Live in the moment. Put your phone down for the love of God. And while I'm talking about concerts, GA venues without seats. I'm older now and also on the shorter sides, and it seems like most concerts are all tall people, and I spend the majority of the concert looking at the back of a bunch of dudes' heads. I'd like to sit down from time to time. My feet hurt. I'd pay extra. Just give me the option, please. And since the pandemic, has my patience waned or has society lost its manners when you're in public? Yeah. Grocery store, football games, Walgreens, doesn't matter. People are pushy and rude and self-entitled. I don't disagree, Missy. Let's see. This from, doesn't say we can use the name. My mom has never been to Europe or gotten COVID until one lucky weekend.
There you go.
This weekend. Luckily, she's totally vaccinated and doing fine, but that must go. And finally, this. My quick list of things that must not just go, but stop. Number 1, grown men who call the bathroom the little boy's room.
Yeah.
Microwaves that continue to beep after the door is open. And me having no self-control. I love cookies, damn it. That's all I got. Jeremy.
There you
go. Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
One accident to tell you about. It's a crash southbound I-15, milepost 328. That's 200 north in Davis County, and it is off to the right shoulder. You check our message stream, see if you've texted in anything, because we get a lot of information from you folks. You're out in the world. We're stuck here in a building. We don't know what's going on. We need you. 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Boners coming up. Here are the candidates you will vote for this round. Number 1. It was a kidnapping gone very wrong. Boner candidate number 2. We're having a problem here at the Return to Nature Funeral Home. And boner candidate number 3, which contains 2 stories. There are certain things you should perhaps not say at certain times.
Mm-hmm. All right, boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Dr. Cobble will be here right after we award the boner to answer your questions. Maybe your mother went to Europe and got COVID. Who knows what the question might be. But be ready to call in as soon as we award the boner for Dr. Cobble. Beat Gina coming up as well. Stand by for all of that. Salt Lake Film Society. I love pulling out the horror movies for spooky season, as we now call it, I guess.
And they've been doing it for 23 years. And Tower of Terror wraps up this weekend, and they have a blockbuster weekend for you. So Salt Lake Film Society at the Broadway Center Cinemas, they bring in your classic horror films, and this weekend are two of the best. On Friday, it's The Shining.
Yay.
And on Saturday, it's The Exorcist. See him on the big screen. You might have only seen him on your TV at home. Go see him on the big screen. Now, they have movies all week long, and you can get the whole lineup at slfstix.org. And coming up next weekend, Rocky Horror Picture Show, 3 shows per night at the Broadway. Now, Friday night's already sold out. Saturday the 28th and Halloween still have tickets. 2 MCs, Shadowcast shows, and 1 movie-only sing-along, so buy the tickets to the one you want. MC show stars Susan Steffi. She's the longest-running Rocky MC in the nation, over 35 years.
Wow.
Go see it. It's a great, great holiday activity. Get tickets and show times at slfstix.org.
You know, Gina.
Yep.
I wanted to talk about the best way to give your hamster a bath here, but
the best way.
Yeah,
that tells me there are many ways, but there's
only really one good way. But I got to thinking maybe it would be more widely interesting if you told everybody how your sleepover, your slumber party with your mother and your sisters went. I
got to admit, I'm curious.
Well, So Mary Claire's birthday, my mother, the sainted Mary Claire's birthday. And as she said, you only turn 75 once, to which I said, you only turn every age only once. And she didn't like that. That was not very nice.
But that's the humor of the statement of saying you only that's why it's funny, or so allegedly funny.
But for her 75th birthday, she wanted to have a slumber party with me and my sisters.
Okay.
And she wanted to do this at the Grand America. Because if you're going to have a slumber party, you don't want to just go anywhere.
Sure. No, you want to have it in the rumpus room with the bean bags.
And the idea being, well, you know, if we're in town close to our houses, the only thing that makes sense if you're going to go stay at a hotel is if it's nicer than your house, you know, like.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You've got like 8 sisters or something, don't you?
No, there's Mikkel and Kelly and Carrie and me. There's 4 girls.
Which one's the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking.
Oh, okay.
So when and Mary Claire made the reservations. She's like, I'll take care of the hotel reservations.
Okay.
And
all right.
So we get to the hotel, and it's a suite.
Yeah. Okay.
And there are 2 double beds. And she had said before we got there, there's 2 double beds and a couch. And I said, well, I'll take the couch.
Because
I'll be.
Because you're the one who always.
Well, just because why not? Plus then I don't have to sleep with anybody.
There's the real reason.
That's it.
I'll take the couch.
Reason enough.
Yeah. So there should be room for everyone.
Yeah.
Two sisters in one bed, and mom and a sister in the other bed, and La Barberi on the divan.
Yeah. So So we check into the hotel, and the other thing Mary Claire wanted was she wanted us all to go get a massage, which is nice. It's her birthday, but let's all go get a massage.
All right.
We go get a massage.
In the hotel.
Yeah. We go out to dinner. We went to Cafe Molise, which was great.
Mm-hmm.
We get back to the hotel, and we have cake in the room and champagne. She didn't have champagne, but we had champagne for the rest of us, and we're getting ready for bed. And I noticed that the couch in the room is not a couch. It's a wicker love seat.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, it's wicker. It's not even made out of...
Yeah. Now...
And...
Okay.
And my mom said, "Are you going to be okay on that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll be fine." I got an extra blanket and comforter from housekeeping, and I made up and she said, "It's not even long enough for you to lay down on." And I said, "Well, I sleep all scrunched up anyway. It'll be fine."
Do you know that you can call downstairs and say, "We need a rollaway bed," and they will bring you a rollaway bed?
I didn't, but
you know. They would have done that.
They would have, but it would have been in the middle of the night when everybody else was asleep. It would have awakened the entire room if I had done that. Because I started out the night on the wicker love seat, all scrunched up.
Didn't you figure out 10 minutes into it?
I mean, I did, but you're like, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah.
It was not fine.
No. I would have figured it out by looking at it.
And so at about 1:30, I took the blankets off the wicker love seat, and I made a little bed on the floor. We're staying at the $500 a night Grand America, and I am on the floor.
They have larger rooms, too, you know.
Which are more than I mean.
Yeah.
But
you only turn 75 once. Why not spring for a room that's comfortable for everybody?
I haven't slept on the floor in...
How was it? I used to like sleeping on the floor occasionally.
No, it's not good. Not good at all. But
were you warm enough?
I mean, yeah, no, I wasn't
so you
cold.
Just were stiff.
It was just...
You got up and you were stiff.
Yes. Yeah. I'm still stiff.
And see, I would have snuck out in the middle of the night, went down to the front desk, got my own room, and then...
Yeah.
Well, so what it reminded me of, and I've told y'all this story before, the other time we do sleepovers is when we do girls' shopping weekend.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you stay at the Marriott and go to the mall, the Crossroads Mall.
When all of that was a thing. And,
was that gone? Where'd it go?
But when I came clean with my sisters and my mom, when we woke up the next morning, my mom said, I looked over and I saw that you weren't on the couch and I didn't know where you went. I thought you might have left. I'm like, no, I was on the floor. But that reminds me, it's been long enough that I think I can come clean with y'all about something.
I hate this.
So when we used to do girls shopping weekend was my mom and all of her friends and their daughters.
It's a big thing.
And we'd go spend the night in a hotel in one room and go shopping for Christmas. And we did this for years. About 3 or 4 times in the years that we were doing that, my husband and I had a secret rendezvous.
You had to be really quiet. You'd wake everybody up.
He would get a room in the hotel we were in.
Oh.
And I would wait till everybody fell asleep.
And you'd go.
And I would sneak out of the room.
And I would... Again... Aren't you worried when you do something like that? If someone wakes up and they go, oh, my God, where's Gina?
Maybe she's been kidnapped.
Something must have happened.
Yeah, she's been kidnapped.
I better call down to the front and see what's going on. That didn't ever occur to you that somebody might get kind of worried. Because if I'd awakened and found a member of my party missing in the room, I would be worried.
It never happened. It was fine. But I came clean and told them we did this 3 or 4 times throughout the years. I'd sneak away for a few hours.
Were you hoping that then your mother would say, well, that's it. I am never inviting you to this again.
Were you disowned?
Well, she only turned 75 once, so we won't do this again.
I see. Well.
On the floor. You know, and the floor of the Grand America is no nicer than the floor in any other
Well, many of the things you do are just inexplicable to me. And but I'm going to tell you, if you're very stiff and you're still stiff today, the best way to deal with that is to walk it. Oh, never mind. No. You're not going to walk it off.
On this day in 1985, Susie and the Banshees released Cities in Dust, the lead single from their 7th studio album, Tinderbox.
That's my favorite Susie song.
That is a good song, isn't it?
Good. Mm-hmm. Right, there you go. 7:22 right now. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 18, 2023. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
It can't buy it, gotta win it. Oh, it would make a great addition to your Halloween costume, I think. Sure. A boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. It was a kidnapping gone very wrong. 2 brothers, along with a third man, face federal charges in South Florida after carrying out what appeared to be a wild kidnapping plan, targeting a different person than they had originally intended. Authorities say that Jeffrey Arista and Jonathan Arista, who had their initial appearances in federal court this week, are accused of kidnapping a man at gunpoint outside of his apartment in the South Florida city of Plantation. The men were assisted by another suspect named Raymond Gomez when they are accused of forcefully transporting the victim to an Airbnb property in the same city. According to the criminal complaint, the men threw the victim's mobile phone out of a car that they were traveling in before taking him inside the home they had rented. The men discovered that they had kidnapped the wrong person instead of the victim's coworker, who was the intended target.
No.
And they allegedly threatened him with an electric drill and pointed a gun at him. The men then, according to the federal authorities, threw water on the victim to try and simulate a waterboarding and cause him to feel like he was drowning. Now, this is what happened next. The men then transported the victim forcefully to a business, told him to go into the business and try to lure out the intended target, the real guy. They said they gave him a cell phone. They said, you go in there.
Okay.
You go in there with this cell phone and access the cloud storage server to locate the target's phone number and try to call him. And so when the victim entered the business, of course, he used the phone to call the police. Boner candidate number 1. It was a kidnapping gone very wrong. Here's boner candidate number 2. We're having a problem at the Return to Nature Funeral Home. The remains of at least 189 decaying bodies were found and removed from a Colorado funeral home. The bodies were discovered 2 weeks ago.
I can't imagine what that smelled like.
Well, the remains were found by authorities responding to a report of a foul odor at the Return to Nature Funeral Home inside a decrepit building in the small town of Penrose, Colorado. Efforts to check and see if Penrose, Colorado is in Lauren Boebert's district.
Oh.
I don't know. The discovery came after the owners of the Return to Nature Funeral Home missed tax payments in recent months, got evicted from one of their properties, and sued for unpaid bills by a crematory that had quit doing business with them almost a year ago. A day after the foul odor was reported, the director of the State Office of Funeral Home and Crematory Registration spoke on the phone with owner John Halford, and he acknowledged having we're having a problem at the site, and he claimed he practiced taxidermy there as well.
Oh, jeez.
Authorities responding to an abhorrent smell entered the funeral home's neglected building with a search warrant and found the decomposing bodies. Attempts to reach Halford and his wife, Carrie, and Return to Nature have been unsuccessful. Numerous texts, so they've gone underground.
If the idea is to return to nature and people want, to be buried without embalming fluid, why isn't that just done quickly?
I think maybe they're having they're sort of accomplishing the goal there.
I guess.
The company, which offered cremations and green burials without embalming fluids, kept doing business as its problems mounted. They just ignored the problem. No indication that state regulators had ever visited the site or contacted them. But that's it. Boner candidate number 2. We're having a problem at the Return to Nature Funeral Home. Coming up, there are certain things you should perhaps not say at certain times.
All right. Boner candidate number 3. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Now through Halloween at Haster Games, select spooky-themed board games, 15% off. Games include Fright, Zombicide, lots of other great titles available now. Stop by the store, 6831 South State, open Monday through Sunday, or HasterGames.com.
Timothée Chalamet has made some interesting comments in a wide-ranging interview in GQ magazine. He reveals that Tom Cruise sent him an email after they met following the production of Dune, in which Cruise offered up a list of all the stunt trainers, motorcycle coaches, and more that Chalamet could reach out to. He basically said to me, in old Hollywood, you would be getting dance training right now. You know, they'd be making you do it. You would be getting fight training, but nobody's going to hold you to that standard today, so it's up to you, Chalamet recalled. The email was really like a war cry. Apparently, Timothée Chalamet is a huge Cruise fan. He admits to watching Top Gun Maverick 8 times in theaters while in Budapest filming Dune Part 2 in the summer and fall of 2022. He even bought out a movie theater to bring the whole Dune cast and crew to see the movie. Top Gun was just hugely inspiring to me last summer when we were making Dune, Chalamet said. Some of the crew were kind of scoffing at going, but I just thought it was one of the greatest films I've ever seen. Timothée Chalamet didn't confirm whether or not he ever got in touch with the stunt trainers or not. He says, Tom Cruise I think he's the greatest person. And it's funny, I just was listening to Kevin Pollak podcast.
Really?
Yeah. He was an early podcaster. He was doing it for 10 years. He's quit doing it now. But it was very entertaining. And he was talking about working with Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men. Mm-hmm. And he said, I went to the set, and I didn't expect that he would talk to me or anything. It was just, but he was the nicest person. He was so nice and so, he didn't have to talk to me. But he was very concerned about things, that were happening, and he wanted to talk to me.
Well, back to Chalamet. Have you seen the Willy Wonka trailer?
No, I haven't.
You act like you don't like it.
I'm not sure what to make of it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
heard that.
Yeah,
I've heard that. I'm not.
He looks like a reasonably fine Willy Wonka.
Well, he's Kid Willy Wonka.
He's supposed to be the early Willy.
He's
right?
Kid Wonka. Yeah.
A black man who spent 16 years in prison for wrongful conviction. Then he was released. Mm-hmm. He was fatally shot by a Georgia sheriff's deputy Monday during a traffic stop. Leonard Allen Cure had been driving northbound on I-95. He was in Camden County. A deputy pulled him over for driving way over the speed limit, 90 miles an hour. The 53-year-old black man got out of the car upon the deputy's request, but he stopped cooperating upon learning that he would be arrested for reckless driving, authorities said. The deputy shot Cure with a taser when he refused to comply, but then Cure assaulted the deputy, according to the police. The deputy used a baton and a taser again to try to subdue him. After continued resist, the deputy pulled out his gun and shot him. Lenny was doing well and aspired to attend college for music production and start a career in the music business, said Seth Miller, who is he heads the Innocence Project of Florida. He said, sadly, his life was tragically cut short today. He was convicted in 2003 of armed robbery, spent 19 years in jail, but then there was evidence that showed that he didn't do it, and he was released. Sounds as though he had a sort of troubled life in general. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, is an Islamic Palestinian nationalist organization that violently opposes the existence of Israel. Designated as a U.S. State Department terrorist organization in 1997, the PIJ targets Israeli civilian and military personnel in its commitment to the creation of an Islamic regime in all of historic Palestine, according to the State Department. The PIJ, unlike Fatah or Hamas, doesn't participate in any political processes. Hamas, they have a military wing
and a political,
and they do have a political wing.
Yeah.
But apparently this Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they are really hard asses, and they refuse to negotiate or engage in any diplomatic process or speak political, and they don't seek political representation at all with the Palestinian Authority, and Israel is having to deal with them as well. A Utah kid has been arraigned in the fatal shooting of his 13-year-old sister. Joseph Landers will stand trial for murder. He's only 17, after prosecutors say he shot and killed his 13-year-old sister back in April. A 17-year-old boy standing trial, Joseph Landers, he was then 16, was at home near Sherwood Park with his sister. While she attended online school, Joseph and 3 other boys were also in the room chatting. And then her brother pulled out a gun, 16 years old, and said, "Who's trying to get popped?" Angelica told her brother to shut up, because what if you accidentally do it? And he did. Accidentally, sort of. He's been charged in adult court, faces 2 felony charges in the homicide case, first-degree murder, this is an odd story. A women's empowerment event to be hosted Thursday by Brigham Young University and the Big 12 will feature a range of voices, from the highest-ranking female leader in the LDS Church to some Sports Illustrated swimsuit models.
Okay.
The odd blending of church-owned BYU, a school whose honor code forbids tank tops and shorts above the knee, with a Sports Illustrated product famous and in some quarters infamous for its hypersexualized depiction of women, has not gone unnoticed. Did Dick Gilbert approve this? A commentator asked on a Times and Seasons blog post, referring to the church's commissioner of education. Liz Darger, BYU's senior associate athletic director, acknowledged the partnership represents a, quote, unique pairing, but emphasized that did not make it necessarily a bad one. Like our event theme, lean into light together, she said, we are excited for the opportunity to bring women from different backgrounds, life experiences, and belief systems together to uplift and encourage one another as we lean into the light that is within all of us.
I think that's great.
Well, yeah, but there always have been anti-swimsuit issue of the Sports Illustrated. It's always been a big deal to them.
Yeah. The homecoming event is part of a series co-sponsored by Sports Illustrated and cosmetic giant Maybelline. It'll take place at the 4 new campuses in the Big 12 and will occur Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marriott Center at BYU.
I mean, if BYU wants to play with other schools, they're going to have to do things like this.
I suppose.
Are they going to have to play on Sunday?
I mean,
well, most college games are on Saturday anyway. But and let's see, one other quick item here. There's been a recall of something that you might have purchased on Amazon. It's an ice maker, a countertop ice maker. It's called the Gevi Household Countertop Nugget Ice Maker, sold exclusively on Amazon. They're recalling them because the ice maker's metal blades can break apart, fall into the product's ice basket, mixing with the ice, and then if you reach in for the ice, you cut your fingers on the broken pieces of the ice maker. So if you got one, go back to Amazon and say, yike.
Well, Katie says that ice maker was on her wedding registry.
Oh,
really?
She wanted it, but no one got it for her. See?
Well, good. It saved you your fingers.
You saw ahead, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic.
It's a little chilly right now, 49, going to warm up to 72 today, and we just stay in the mid to upper 70s all through the weekend. Looks like our next chance of rain is going to be maybe Sunday night into Monday, but even that isn't a big chance of rain. Traffic we have. Crash I-80 eastbound near the 215-80 split in Sugar House. Left lane is blocked. Traffic backed up to 23rd East. Disabled vehicle on I-15 southbound at the top of the on-ramp. 200 north in Kaysville. Right lane and shoulder blocked. Traffic backed up to Hillfield Road. Crash I-15 northbound at University Parkway on-ramp in Orem. The right shoulder is blocked there. And let's see, we had one other. Oh, no, that's the same one on I-80. And you haven't sent anything in via text, but you can if you see something. 33986. Hop on the Utah Ale Trail for the fall crawl, October 19th through the 22nd, to explore Utah's craft beer scene for fun and prizes. Pick up your passport at one of 38 participating breweries. For details, visit utahaletrail.com.
Boner candidate number 3. There are certain things that you should perhaps not say at certain times. Now, I'm all for the academic freedom to say what you want to say, whether you're a professor or a student. But sometimes maybe you should consider the situation and hold back a little bit and express your views in not so inflammatory ways. A Cornell University history professor called the deadly attacks on Israel exhilarating.
What?
And energizing. And now, outraged students at the Ivy League college and others want the educator fired. Associate Professor Russell Rickford made the controversial remarks during a pro-Palestinian rally near the Ithaca New York University on Sunday. Rickford said that the Palestinian militant group Hamas, which is designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. and other nations, quote, challenged the monopoly of violence when it launched its surprise attacks on Israel earlier in the month. In those first few hours, even as horrific acts were being carried out, many of which we would not learn about until later, there were many Gazans of goodwill, many Palestinians of conscience who abhor violence, as do you, as do I, who abhor the targeting of civilians as you do and I do, and who were able to breathe, Rickford said during the rally. So he's making a point, but the way he's making it and the time he's making it is perhaps not good. And there's another one, Stanford University. A lecturer was suspended there for reportedly making statements to Jewish students in his class about Hamas. He said he said that
I thought he made them stand in a corner or something.
He asked how many Jews died in the Holocaust, and when the student said 6 million, he said yes, only 6 million.
What does that mean? Jeez.
What? Yeah. What that means is it was just a drop in the bucket. No. There are plenty of Jews.
Oh, boy.
That's what it means. So there's the Stanford guy, the Cornell guy. The Stanford guy is worse. I think, if you can quantify it. But there are certain things you just perhaps should not say at certain times. Number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, it was a kidnapping gone very wrong. The bumbling kidnapping brothers in Florida. Boner candidate number 2, we're kind of having a problem at the Return to Nature funeral home, said the owner of the funeral home where 189 decaying bodies were found. Yeah. And Boner candidate number 3, there are certain things that perhaps you should not say at certain times.
All right. Time for you to vote for your boner. So here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Most people vote that way. You can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 18, 2023. Click and vote there. Or, if you don't see that on the website, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She'll be happy to take your live vocal vote at 877-602-9696. All right, and don't forget, as soon as we award the boner, Dr. Cobble will be here to answer your questions, whatever medical questions you may have. You can talk to him. Coming up as soon as we award the boner. Again, the number, 877-602-9696. Line up for Dr. Cobble questions just as soon as we award the boner. Right after these messages, you've got 4.5 minutes to vote. Let's go. Well, I don't know. I was looking at my board and my papers here. Chainsaw Guy, what are you doing in here?
Well, didn't Bill run into you yesterday?
Yeah, well, yeah, he did. He was, listen, let me tell you what's happened to me.
What's going on?
Well, I have my most work at Halloween, of course.
Yeah, sure. You're the guy at the end of the haunted house that chases you out with, brandishing a chainsaw.
And a hockey mask.
Yeah, I'm Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy,
I
damn
know,
it.
I know. I love you,
I'm Chainsaw Guy, damn it. And I'm also a self-certified life coach.
Mm-hmm.
I don't make any money on Halloween this time of the year.
Yeah.
And the life coaching business is, well, it's not just business. People they seem to want to have counseling with a guy in a hockey mask.
You have good advice, Chainsaw Guy. We've had lots of friends of the program call in and have life-changing experiences with you.
Even via Zoom, they don't?
No. They say, maybe if you take off the hockey mask, and I say,
no.
I can't take it off.
No, we don't want that.
No, I mean, I physically can't take it off.
It is attached.
It has been surgically sewn to my head, and it won't come off. So I need a little money. So, I ran into Bill yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He was buying a Christmas tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was out of the Christmas tree lot, and I was at the Christmas tree lot, too.
Were you buying a Christmas tree?
Well, no, I wasn't buying a Christmas tree. I love Christmas tree lots, They smell so good.
Yeah,
they do. The pine scent.
And the
nice.
people who run them, those people from up there in Montana, they're nice people. I like them a lot.
Kalispell.
Yeah, that's right. Great people. So I was at the Christmas tree lot and I ran into Bill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't buying a tree, though.
You weren't
You
buying
sound
a
a
tree?
little ashamed.
No, I've taken an extra job. I'm working at the Christmas tree lot.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's good work.
They won't let me do much.
What will they let you do?
Well, I can only do one thing. When people bring their trees up to pay for them, I say, "Hey, would you like a fresh cut with that?"
That's a perfect job.
Okay. I'll just take it home. And I take all the cake out and I go home. And then I go, "Hey, can I have a cut of the living?" And then they make me call it on the car. It's terrible. But I do have a kind of trees. And sometimes there are some people that have neighbors. Some people give me a tip. Some people don't give me a tip. But trees. And there's a lot of hot babes buying trees this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Well, there's nothing for you to be ashamed of, Chainsaw Guy. I think it's a lot of people take seasonal jobs this time, to buy Christmas presents.
That's the only thing they let me do, though, is because I can't put the chainsaw down, really. So I'm not a good salesperson at the lot.
I'm sure it might be kind of scary, you walking through the trees.
Yeah, they didn't like that either.
No.
They said, "We need you right out in the open where people can see you. We're going to, as a matter of fact, sit here. We've got a flood lamp, and we'll put that on you so people can see you.
Good.
And then you just ask them politely, 'Hey, ma'am, would you like a fresh cut with that?'" That's what I do. Give them a fresh cut with the old pulling.
Well, it's nice to see you outside of Halloween time, Chainsaw.
And I'm making a little money on the side, so everybody have a Merry Christmas. And don't forget, Chainsaw Guy always needs chain oil. So if you're looking for something to give me for Christmas, chain oil would be good.
Gift that keeps giving.
You hear that, Santa?
Yeah, chain oil, that's what I need. Right?
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
Chainsaw Guy. Nice to see
Thank
you.
you, Chainsaw
Can I have some of them donuts out there?
Yeah, right over there.
Okay.
I think you have to swipe your card, though. I don't know.
I don't have a card. What if I swipe my chainsaw?
There you go.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that was about as stupid as it could be.
I don't know. I looked down at the schedule and I saw Chainsaw Guy Christmas. I'm like, okay, I'll go along with that.
Now, maybe he could come back and sing carols.
Maybe.
He's caroling. Do we have somewhere where Carrie and Bill sing Christmas
carols?
Oh, that's an old
God, I love that
That's
bit.
an old bit.
Yeah.
It was born out of the fact that Bill is incapable of learning song lyrics.
That's pretty true.
Ever.
That's pretty true.
You have the general idea,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, and I don't sing really very well. I go off tune a lot, and I don't remember all the lyrics. But, I wish we could find that bit. It was I think it's one of our classics.
It's a Christmas classic.
That's right. Oh,
all right. We'll try to find that. All right, we're going to award the boner, but right after we award the boner, Dr. Cobble is taking your questions. That means the phone lines are open now, waiting your calls at 877-602-9696.
Like any medical question at all.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be about
Anything
COVID.
at all.
Yeah,
Yep.
anything.
Ingrown toenail.
Sure.
Oh.
Let's
All
award
right.
the boner.
Yes, and this morning's boner is brought to you in part by BLT.
And check out Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert film at Broovies. Get 2-for-1 admission on a non-Taylor Swift film, 20% off pizzas, 50% off apps from 6 to 8, and $1 off draft beer. Get tickets at broovies.com.
Boner candidate number 1. It was a kidnapping gone very, very wrong. Let me see here. I really should look at the results before I start. So boner candidate number 1 and 2, the kidnapping and the decaying bodies at the funeral home.
It kind of split
the vote.
Yeah, they split the vote.
So boner, just with under 100 votes, boner candidate number 3, there are certain things you should perhaps not say at certain times. When that guy at Stanford he had a class and he called Jews colonizers.
Oh, boy.
They're colonizers. He minimized the Holocaust by saying, how many Jews died in the Holocaust? Somebody said 6 million. He says, yeah, only 6 million. So that was that guy.
Yeah. Let's all calm down, all right? That's your boner of the day for today, October 18, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, Salt Lake City is participating in ranked choice voting for the 2023 municipal election on November 21st. Find more information about the seats up for election and candidates at vote.utah.gov.
This is your opportunity to talk to a medical professional. I can attest to the fact that he's a medical professional because I go to his office from time to time. As a matter of fact, I think I'm seeing you today, Dr. Cobble. Isn't that right?
That is, Bill, yes.
Yes. Don't sound so grim about it. Jeez.
He's not looking forward to it.
Yes, I'm sorry. That is, Bill. I have some bad news for you. And I'll see Dr. Cobble later today. But this is your chance to talk to him for free. 877-602-9696. Anything you'd like to ask about your health or the state of the health of the nation or the world, Dr. Cobble can probably help you. I do have a question, Dr. Cobble, about your practice. How many patients do you see? I don't know, what would be a good gauge? A week, a month, a year? How many patients do you see?
I've moved to more of a low-volume practice. I used to have a high-volume practice where I'd see 30 to 40 people a day. Mm-hmm. That was 4 or 5 people an hour. Now I try to see 2 people an hour, so one patient every 30 minutes.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah.
So seeing the number of patients that you do you notice trends in what's happening with the health of people in Utah? Do you notice, is there COVID rising or,
I think the trend is just people battling with their lifestyle, the diet and stress and being overweight, and then all of the issues that go with being overweight, the sleep apnea and the hypertension and the daytime fatigue and the cholesterol and the blood sugar and those things. I think as far as COVID goes, test positivity is about 10%, so 1 in 10 people that are testing are positive, which is mid-range. We think low is 5%, high is 15%. Mm-hmm. Emergency room visits have dropped 20%. Hospitalizations have dropped 10%. But it's still accounting for almost 3% of all deaths every day. So about 1 in 40 people dying in the United States still from COVID. So it's still pretty high, mortality rate with that virus.
Yeah. Somebody we work with is not here today because of COVID. But we're all okay as far as we know. Yeah.
Bill's had
Hopefully they're just home sick.
Bill's had all of his, as many shots as you can have?
No, I haven't yet had. The one shot that I haven't had yet is the flu shot.
Oh.
So I went to the pharmacy. I got an RSV shot, but they said we don't have the full strength
flu
shot.
I think you're getting that here today.
Yeah,
we're going to do that here today.
Oh, good.
At the
Okay.
office.
That's what I had hoped.
We've got them.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll give you your kennel cough.
Your
kennel cough, right?
Yeah, you're probably due for kennel cough.
We can't board Bill unless he's had his kennel.
Bordetella. Yeah.
So you've said before, Dr. Cobble, that you think that there's a time you should wait to get flu shots and things because it'll give you the most protection going into the holidays. Are we in that window now?
Well, I think I like to get it early November. So it's good for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, etc. Now, the high-potency flu shot's good for 5 to 6 months, but the regular flu shot's good for 3 or 4.
Okay.
If you get it too early, it's not going to carry you through the winter.
I'll wait a couple weeks then.
877-602-9696. Call and talk to Dr. Cobble. Get your questions answered. Here's a text question.
That's 33986 for texting.
I went in for my COVID and flu vaccine, and found out that the COVID vaccine is back ordered. They had no idea when they would get a shipment in.
Mm-hmm. The pharmacy. I heard that at the pharmacy yesterday.
Is there a shortage? Have you heard?
Yeah, they've been having a hard time getting it out and getting it distributed.
I think there's been a fairly high demand for it as well, hopefully.
Here's a text question, 877-602-9696 to call. I've been getting muscle tears these past couple of years. I'm 61 years old. Could this be due to some kind of deficiency, or do I just need to stretch more before physical activity?
Well, I think stretching before physical activity is helpful. If it's a deficiency, it's usually vitamin D or magnesium. So I think supplementing with 2,000 to 5,000 international units of vitamin D and 500 of magnesium could be helpful. It's not unreasonable to go get some inflammatory testing with your doctor to make sure it's not elevated uric acid or elevated ESR or elevated CRP, to make sure you don't have an autoimmune issue. But most likely it's just lack of minerals or vitamins and stretching.
Megan's on line 1, Carrie.
We'll get Megan. There you go, Megan. Hi.
Hi, Megan. Where are you calling us from?
I'm from Sandy.
Okay, what's your question?
So I had my gallbladder removed a while back, and they put me on a medication called cholestyramine because I was having some issues with my stomach. And since then, I have lost about 50 pounds. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of diet I can work on or something I can do to make, just so I can gain some weight here.
Well, I think the diet, the higher the fat, the better, but at the same time, fat can go through the dumping syndrome after your gallbladder's been taken out. So the diet's really just going to be a higher calorie diet if you want to try to gain some weight. Cholestyramine is a bile resin binder, so it's trying to bind those bile acids that the gallbladder no longer is there to store. And whether you need to take that long-term or not is debatable, but it's a great treatment to prevent dumping syndromes or diarrheas that people are having. If the cholestyramine is not working well or you don't like the delivery of that product, Colacevolum or Welchol is nice. It comes in tablets and also powder, and it's better, more palatable than the cholestyramine. But I think the diet's just going to be more calories, and if you get more calories from fat, but at the same time the fat could aggravate the diarrhea or dumping syndrome if you're having that after the gallbladder removal.
There you go, Megan.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's helpful.
Thanks, Megan.
All right, 877-602-9696. We've got a couple of lines open, and, of course, your text questions at 33986 for Dr. Cobble. Here we go. Traffic, please.
Let's see. I'm going to refresh this because there were a few things popping up. I wanted to make sure I give you the most up-to-date information. Let's see. Crash I-15 northbound near 72nd South in Midvale, blocking the left shoulder. Delay stretch back to 90th South in Sandy. Crash I-15 northbound approaching Bangor Highway exit and Draper. Vehicles are on the left. Traffic backed up to Point of the Mountain there. Crash I-15 northbound University Parkway on-ramp in Orem. Right shoulder is blocked through there. And a disabled vehicle I-15 southbound. Top of the on-ramp, 2nd North in Kaysville. Right lane and shoulder blocked. Traffic backed up to Hillfield Road in Layton. X96 welcomes Disney on Ice November 9th through the 12th at Delta Center. Information, ticket links, and more at x96.com.
Hang on, Jared. We'll get to you in a minute.
And 877-602-9696, KXRK Provo. More with Dr. Cobble after these, and Beat Gina on the way.
X96 and Strong VW want you to discover why.
Hey, listen, I was wrong, or maybe I was right. Yesterday, we were talking about TV shows, and I was saying that show, The Watcher, and I'd watched 2 episodes of it, and my wife and I, we didn't care for it. Just went, nah, it's not that good. Not going to watch it. Well, I don't know. We needed something to watch last night for some reason, so we watched the 3rd episode, and I went, oh. Okay.
Now you get it.
Now maybe, and I want you to tell me a little bit about the real story.
Okay.
But I said, oh yeah, okay. And as a matter of fact, as the episode went on, I said to my wife, I'm getting queasy.
Yeah.
Just because something's going to happen that's just icky.
Now,
I can tell.
have you seen your friend in it at all yet?
Yeah, she's been in and gone, and I won't tell you how.
Okay.
But Margot Martindale. Now, so I liked it, and I'm going to keep watching it. But then I saw something online today. It said people are upset with the finale, and they think it stinks, the last episode of The Watcher. But I'll find out for myself. But I don't really know the real story.
So the real story is there is no ending. The real story is the family moved, and they never found out what happened.
Did they?
So the TV show that you're watching, they try to tie it together, but in the real story, they still don't know who the Watcher is.
So I don't want to give anything away, but in the real story, do they find out about the history of the house?
Yeah.
And creepy stuff about the history of the house. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's in the 3rd episode. There's the last third of it. You just go, oh my, yeah.
Yeah, that's why this got it. If it were just a story about we got notes in our mailbox and that was weird. If that's all it was, it wouldn't be a TV
Well, I was
show.
wondering if the real story was that, and then they embellished it.
No, I mean there's embellishment, of course.
Because if that happened in real life, they just got notes and notes and notes, that'd be pretty creepy. But
Yeah.
So, but this is not an embellishment, or you don't.
I mean, I haven't seen
You don't
it.
know what the event they describe is.
But there is a history with the house.
I'll
And in the TV show, they try to tie it up. Whereas in real life, it's just like, well, we'll never know.
I'll try to. Unless you're going to watch it, or you probably don't care. Off the air, I'll tell you what happened. Okay. And then you can tell me if that jives with the real story. Because it was creepy.
Speaking of, if we still have a second, Carrie.
We got about a half second, sure.
Bill, you did the story yesterday about these 4 friends that were out biking and found in the river.
Oh yeah, their bodies were found in the river.
Well, not just their bodies, their dismembered bodies.
Yes.
Oh, it didn't say that.
Yeah, this is a new detail that has come.
Their dismembered bodies, and
new S has come to light.
They were not just going out for a bike ride. They were going out to steal stuff
on their bikes. And
they stopped by a friend's house, and they said, "Hey, you want to come with us? We're going to go steal stuff." And the friend went, "Yeah, no, I don't want to do that." But the friend knew where they were going, which was some salvage yard somewhere. And so now the suspect is the guy that owns the salvage yard. Like maybe he came upon them stealing stuff, and he wasn't having none of it.
It's always the crusty old caretaker of the salvage yard who does it.
And cuts up the bodies.
Yeah. But it wasn't just...
You couldn't have just shot them because they were stealing.
No.
Well, you got to dispose of the bodies in the river. Yeah. If I cut them up,
You know. I had to. I just had to. What other choice did I have?
That's right. Bobby Cannavale acts with his eyebrows, though. They enter the room before he does.
They always do.
Yeah, well, I just wanted you to know, Carrie, that Anna in Bluffdale is holding for a question. So I hope we get to Anna in Bluffdale.
We'll try.
Bluffdale.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll see.
Dr. Cobble is with us, and you can ask him medical questions, 877-602-9696. There is one line open. Jared's been holding on for a long time, so I hope he's still there.
Jared is there.
Hi, Jared. Where are you calling from? Jared? Yo, Jared.
There we are.
Hi, Jared. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Salt Lake.
Okay, and what's your question for the doctor?
Okay, I just was wondering, we ordered away for some of the Innovid nasal spray to help reduce the risk of COVID while we're not able to wear a mask. And it kind of feels like I'm just squirting bleach up my nose. So I wanted to ask the doctor if Innovid is beneficial, or if I'm just doing like a Trump thing and like drinking bleach.
Yeah, where did you get this stuff?
And what is it called again?
Yeah.
Novid.
Novid.
It's called Innovid, and it's a nasal spray. We ordered away from it from Israel.
Okay. Would you know anything about that, Dr. Cobble?
I have not heard of a Novid nasal spray. So
it sounds
I
sus.
think that would be experimental, and I think probably just avoiding people that are sick and wearing a mask if you're in a crowded space is the best thing. But I don't think that there's any evidence that I'm aware of that that's helpful.
Is it expensive?
Yeah, it's about $40 per bottle.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. And Novid.
Probably not.
That sounds suspicious to me.
There's a company called Innovis.
Probably not.
Yeah, I would...
Wear a mask when you can and avoid crowds, like Dr. Cobble
exactly.
said.
All right. Thanks, Jared.
Thank you, Jared.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Wow. Okay. Let's go to Dustin. Hello, Dustin.
Dustin, where are you calling, first of all? Where are you calling from?
Draper.
Okay, and what is your question?
Draper. So the past week and a half, I've been having some anal leakage, and I wanted to know whether or not I should go to a proctologist or a general practitioner.
That is brave of you to ask that question,
Yes.
Dustin.
Or this was a chance for Dustin to call and say anal leakage on the radio.
Yes.
That could be it.
Yeah, I think the easiest is probably to see a gastroenterologist or proctologist. I think your general practitioner could assess the situation, so whoever you can get into the quickest, but I think you could see a GI doctor pretty quickly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck with the leakage, Dustin.
That was fun. Let's see, 877-602-9696. For Dr. Cobble, here's a text question. Do I still need iron in my supplements after a hysterectomy?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it maybe not. It depends on how much red meat you have in your diet. I don't think the iron's going to hurt you because you only absorb 1% of the iron in the multivitamin or in your diet. So it'd be pretty hard to get excess iron in your system or get hemochromatosis. So I think that as long as the iron in your multivitamin is not causing constipation, I'd probably continue with it.
All right, there we go. Another text question. What are the signs that someone needs to do a sleep study? My husband never sleeps well, and he sleeps loud.
Oh, we were just talking about that off the air, actually.
Yeah, I think a home sleep study is great for anyone that snores, so they sound like a freight train in the bedroom or a Husqvarna or very noisy. It looks like they suffocate or stop breathing. They have high blood pressure. They have daytime fatigue. Those are all symptoms of sleep apnea, but snoring is number one.
There's a member of my family who did a home sleep study, and they said, inconclusive, and they had to go in and do a stay at the clinic and do an overnight sleep study at the clinic. So.
Now we're getting, go ahead.
I looked up the Innovid as well, and it's a nitric oxide. It's a nitric oxide spray that they think can kill respiratory viruses, but who knows?
They think.
Yeah. All right, let's see. A lot of people texting in now regarding the phone call earlier or the text earlier about I can't find the new COVID vaccine anywhere. People saying that U of U Redwood Pharmacy has loads of flu and COVID vaccines. So, Ed, that's out in your neighborhood. Go and get a look. Also, they keep the RSV vaccine on hand. CVS apparently has the vaccine as well. And here's a question about the vaccine. I went to get my COVID vaccine. They turned me away because I had a sore throat. 3 days later, I got COVID. I'm over COVID now. Should I still get my vaccine?
Well, that's tough because you should have immunity for at least 3 months. I've had a rare patient catch it again within a month, but I would suspect you're going to have immunity for probably till January or February. So I probably would be thinking about it in February.
There you go. Let's see. Text question for the doctor. I've wondered for a while if I have ADHD, and I don't really know where to start. Any advice?
Yeah, I think you can look up ADHD screeners online. Just type it in Google, ADHD screening tool, and print it off and answer it. If you score positive, I'd probably take that with you to your primary care doctor's office. If they don't want to manage it, then a psychiatrist could manage it.
All right. Let's see. I want to make sure that I'm reading this one correctly. Our text program is strange sometimes. My brother's 5-week-old baby was just diagnosed with cystic fibrosis.
Oh, jeez.
And everyone in the family has had COVID and updated TDAP vaccines. Is there any way to get an exception so we can also get the RSV? Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I don't know about that. You might, if a pharmacist would administer it, you may have to pay for it. Insurance wouldn't probably cover it. The other thing, there is a monoclonal antibody available for children under 18. If they catch RSV, there is a monoclonal antibody available to treat them. And again, traditional treatment for RSV is very good for little kids. So if you notice them starting getting respiratory distress, get them up to primary children's right away.
All right. I'm having trouble with our...
I have a question.
Yeah, because I'm having trouble with our text program here.
I was talking to my wife's cousin who used to work in the pharmaceutical industry back east. I forget which company she worked for, one of the big ones.
Big Pharma? She worked for Big Pharma?
She worked for Big Pharma, yes, Gina, that's right. And we were talking about hair loss because of COVID.
Which you had some of that.
Yes, I have. It thinned my hair out. And she said the same thing happened to me, but my hair's coming back because I take massive amounts of biotin.
Biotin?
Biotin, yeah, biotin. Do you know anything about that, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like to take biotin for hair growth, and it may be helpful. There are a lot of different things that people try from prescriptions and supplements, but I think biotin's great. It's easy. I certainly wouldn't discourage using it.
Yeah, I got chewable, and it tastes really good. I accidentally got chewable.
It's Bill's hair candy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hair candy.
That'll go along with your Bordetella shot that we give you later.
That's right.
A little chew. Do you wag your tail when someone brings you this little treat?
I do, but the hair's been falling off of my tail, and I need the biotins.
And here's a final text question. I've never had a family doctor, and I do not have insurance. I'm 38, and I want to get a physical and blood work done. What is the most affordable way to do so?
Time to get a family doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some low-income clinics or community health centers that may be a better option for you to check into. So I would just type in community health center and find one near you.
Or maybe the health department?
Health department might be able to
help.
help.
The health department probably they don't have clinicians at the facility, but the community health centers would be part of the community health, the county and the state.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cobble.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. Have a great week.
See you later today. Bye.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
You should get a deworming while you're there, too.
Sure. No, I did that myself.
Oh,
okay. Did it at home.
Crash northbound.
Garden hose and,
Crash northbound I-15 just north of Center Street in Utah County. The right shoulder affected there. Crash northbound I-15 near 72nd South in Midvale, blocking the left shoulder. Delays stretch back to 90th South in Sandy. Crash northbound I-15 approaching Bangor Highway exit in Draper. Vehicles are off to the left there. And what are you seeing out there? If you have a traffic incident you want to report, you do that via text at 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right. Beat Gina is coming up after some messages and a song. Get ready to play at 877-602-9696. What is the topic? What is the prize?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what the topic is.
I have the topic.
The prize is Guns N' Roses tickets.
Guns N' Roses tickets. If you can beat Gina at Carrie Trivia.
The horror movie.
Yeah, the Stephen King story. Not about me.
Not Carrie Jackson.
No, well, that'll be another day. Carrie Trivia, 877-602-9696. If you know the Stephen King story, you can beat Gina and get those Guns N' Roses tickets. 877-602-9696.
X96.
Thank you. All right. Got a couple of really good trailers for you today. And I curate these because I know you don't work at work. You just play on the internet at work. So that's why these are here. We got our final Flash trailer. And that's how you find it. You just go, The Flash Final Trailer. Search it on your Google machine, and it'll pop right up. And it gives us even more... I know there's a big argument now about people wanting to watch trailers or not.
Is there?
I have two friends who don't want to see any trailer.
Not even a little taste?
Not even a taste,
like,
no.
Not spoilery, just sort of give you a feel?
Not even a feel. Because they're worried that the film company is going to put stuff in there that is going to ruin something.
Okay, I guess.
And that could be said about this trailer, the final Flash trailer. But here we go.
Hi.
I love you.
Thank you.
Passing you into Mr. Wayne.
No, please don't.
I need you here now, Barry.
Now, see, that's why I say that this may be a spoiler, in that we knew that Batfleck was going to be in this movie, but apparently he's going to be in it a little bit more than we thought. We thought it was just going to be a brief moment, but no.
I can save people.
So the deal is that Barry figures out that he can travel through time using his Speed Force.
Sure.
And he's thinking to himself, not only can I go back and save my mother, who was killed, that's part of the origin of the Flash, if you're not familiar.
Right.
I can set things right with all this other stuff that has happened. You know, General Zod, all of that stuff throughout all the movies.
And he does that?
Well, he tries. And that's how we get to Michael Keaton as Batman.
This world must die. I'm not going to lose her again.
So and we get a really good look at Supergirl, and she is awesome. Wow, she is amazing. Anyway, June 16th in theaters. There is another cameo in this movie that is not in the trailers that leaked out. I'm not going to tell you who it is.
You want to get nuts?
Because
Let's get nuts.
It's a real mind blower. Stay away
it's
from.
Not in the trailer.
It's not in the trailer.
Okay.
But it is out there on social media. The director himself said it.
Really?
Accidentally in an interview.
Okay.
And I would just say avoid all social media before you see The Flash.
It's Scrappy-Doo, isn't it?
Gina, I won't lie to you. It's about out there.
Okay.
It's as out there as that. All right? It's so out there that you're going to go, huh?
I know Ezra Miller is a turd, but
He
this
is.
is the funnest DC trailer that I've watched in quite some time.
Well, exactly.
I feel the same way. I love him as the Flash, and I'm sad that he's the Flash now.
But now you know, apparently this is why Warner Brothers kept him, you know, and they kept this movie instead of trashing it, because they've got a lot of faith in it. And everyone that I've talked to who has seen it has said this is the superhero movie of the summer, possibly the year.
Okay.
As good as Guardians 3 is, they're saying this is the one. I don't know. We'll see. Show me what you got is the way I always approach these things. We did get another trailer for my favorite TV show, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. We get in Season 2, June 15th on Paramount+. And let's see, we got, where's my audio? It should be here. Oh, there it is. You gotta turn it on to hear it.
You gonna start the engine sometime soon, Erica?
Don't worry. I did this 100 times during the war.
Now, this trailer teases the crossover episode. What crossover, you ask? Well, let me help you out a little bit here. Please. Okay. So Strange New Worlds takes place a few years before Captain Kirk takes over the Enterprise. Okay. So this is the original Enterprise with Captain Pike in charge. And he did, many years before Kirk took over. Mm-hmm. Now, another Star Trek show, Lower Decks, which is a show that Lee George Cade and I invented 30 years ago. But that's another story.
Okay. That's the animated one,
It's the animated one.
Yeah.
Somehow they're going to cross over those two shows. How? I don't know. One's animated, and the animated one takes place in the what we could call the current Star Trek timeline, the Next Generation timeline.
Sure.
So how not only animation and these times are going to meet. Oh, by the way, it's the live-action actors who play the animated voices on the show that are going to be in Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And you can see them on this new trailer. A little confusing, I know. But there you go. Also, if you've got a lot of money and you want to buy Princess Leia's dress, the one from...
Which one?
Yeah. From A New Hope in the medal ceremony scene.
Okay.
So
the little hood?
No, not the one with the hood. This is the low-cut neck thing, when she puts the medals on everybody but Chewbacca.
Oh,
because,
when she's got the big braids.
Yes.
With the big braids, yeah, because Chewie didn't deserve a medal.
Right. I've seen that clip.
That is going up for auction this coming weekend, and it is expected to snatch, $2 million.
Oh. So, will the value go up when somebody spills a cocktail on it at the Halloween party?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Tragedy this week, geek mainstay Ray Stevenson died. He was, of course, in Thor. He was in RRR. He was the bad guy in that. Mm-hmm. He was the second best Punisher that there ever was in Punisher Warzone. Great little gem that no one has seen except for a few of us. And he is in this new Star Wars TV series, Ahsoka, as a bad guy coming up. So tragedy there. Finally, the strangest pairing that you will encounter. All right, first of all, if I say a Minecraft movie, you're going to go, all right.
I guess.
Tell me more. Starring Jason Momoa and Matt Berry.
Okay.
Matt Berry from What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah.
That!
In a way, they're both kind of built like bricks, so it makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, there you go. That's the weirdest casting I've seen this...
With animated?
Well, this year. No, it's live action. Yeah, weird. Because on this day, 40 years ago, The Cure released the single Love Cats. Is this a sponsored feature, Chief?
It's brought to you by Love Cats.
The way we walk, the way we talk, the way we stalk, we bite and scream, and then we all play Beat Gina. I'm your Beat Gina announcer, Johnny O, for Blue Bonnet Margarine. Take a tip from America's most discriminating women. Blue Bonnet Margarine gives you the most for your money in flavor, nutrition, and economy. You, too, will love the delicate, sunny, sweet flavor of Blue Bonnet Margarine. Every pound has the same delightfully fresh flavor that makes toast, hot rolls, and even vegetables taste better than ever. And Blue Bonnet Margarine gives your family both vitamin A and vitamin D. In fact, no high-price spread for bread is richer in year-round vitamin A and D. And yet Blue Bonnet costs less than half as much as the high-price spread. So get the most for your money. Buy Blue Bonnet Margarine and be sure of all three: flavor, nutrition, and economy.
Nutrition.
And I'm a professional announcer.
sorry.
I wish you would not question my authority. And as Bluebonnet Sue says, everything's better with Bluebonnet on it.
Yes.
And now, here he is, the coolest of cool cats, your host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola, professional game show announcer.
And Bluebonnet Margarine lover.
Yes.
And I'm married to Bluebonnet Sue.
Really?
Really? That's great.
Been married several years.
All right, the randomizer has picked a contestant. Gina, you'll be going against Kevin today. Kevin, are you there?
I am.
All right, let's toss a coin. See which one of you two go first. Heads or tails, Kevin? Call it.
Head.
Coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi.
Oh, Kevin, you're one step further away from winning these tickets to see Guns N' Roses on October 24th at the Delta Center.
All right, so the first question is for Gina. Now, if you beat her, you get those tickets, but if she beats you, and it's looking that way right now, because she knows the Stephen King stuff, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Donation to the road home.
Thank you.
Okay, it's about Stephen King's story, Carrie, which could be the original movie, the book, what have you. I will specify in the question to let you know the source. It's mostly the original movie, I'll be honest.
Okay.
Because it's just easier.
More trivia, though.
Yes, it is. Gina.
Yes.
First question.
Yes.
Now, if you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'll allow Kevin to answer the question, steal the point away. We'll go back and forth till one of you gets three. First question, Gina. Stephen King got the idea for Carrie while working where? Is it 1, a high school, 2, an industrial laundry plant, 3, a Bass Pro Shop, or 4, Der Wiener Schnitzel?
A high school?
You'd think that, wouldn't
Yes,
you?
I would.
Well, here's a chance for you to steal.
Laundromat?
Industrial laundry plant. Is that your answer?
Plant. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes. 1 point for Kevin, and Kevin controls the question.
Kevin, let's see here. What does Stephen King credit for writing the 1974 novel Carrie? What does he credit? Is it 1, being teased to death while growing up? Is it 2, being asked by his mother to go to the store and buy tampons and pads for her? 3, watching his ex-girlfriend burn down his hometown? Or 4, his experience as a teacher watching troubled kids grow up?
1.
Being teased. Wow.
Kevin, it's 2-0. Gina, it's your turn.
I better get this one.
You better.
Give me a good one.
Let me get you a good one here. All right, here we go. Gina. To stay in character, Sissy Spacek would what? This is on the set.
Okay.
Is it 1, talk to an imaginary friend she called Mr. Snuffleupagus? 2, rub Vaseline into her hair and left her face unwashed every day? 3, intentionally avoid socializing with the other actors on and off set? Or 4, slept on a bed of tampons and sanitary pads?
I'm going to guess she avoided everybody.
She did, in fact, avoid everybody.
All right, it's 2-1, but we go back now to Kevin. We'll see what happens.
Kevin, in the 1976 film, the name of the high school is a reference to the movie Psycho. What is the name of the high school? Is it 1, Bates Valley High School? Is it 2, Martin Balsam falls down the stairs backwards in slow motion high school? High school. Is it 3, high school? Or 4, Norman High School?
1.
Bates Valley High? I'm sorry.
Oh, Gina can get back into the game.
Well,
now.
then it's got to be Norman High School.
Norman High School.
It's 2-2.
Wow.
That was a steal, so Gina controls the question, and
Oh,
if she gets
Gina.
this, she wins.
Here we go. John Travolta auditioned on a lunch break. He got the part in the film, of course, but he auditioned on a lunch break while filming. And while he auditioned, he was dressed as what character? Is it 1, Tony Manero from Saturday Night Fever? Is it 2, Vinnie Barbarino from Welcome Back, Kotter? Is it 3, Goldmember from Austin Powers Goldmember? Or 4, a dog in a Chuck Wagon food commercial? I just can't catch that wagon.
I believe it's Vinnie Barbarino.
It was Vinnie Barbarino.
And Gina wins the game.
From behind. Wow.
There you go. Sorry, Kevin.
Don't
You're-
ever count me out.
You're chopped liver, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Kevin.
Oh,
we have a parting prize for you. It's a pound of bluebonnet margarine.
Oh,
it's
lovely.
and inside that tub of margarine, why don't we put some Guns N' Roses tickets? Why don't we do that?
Oh, well, that's very nice.
Hang on, Kevin. We'll tell you how to get those. All right?
All right.
Thank you. Hang on.
Well, I'm sorry. I got to go skin a cat.
Okay. All right, Big Boy News now brought to you by...
Take a journey to the beginning of time and space to never-before-seen cosmic landscapes, recently discovered planets orbiting other stars. Deep Sky brings the awe-inspiring images captured by NASA's James Webb Space Telescope to the big screen at Clark Planetarium.
That was just a euphemism, by the way. Johnny's not really going to go skin a cat. No.
Because there's more than one way
yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, more than one way. Construction crews in Florida have unearthed a shipwreck from the 19th century while working on a road project in downtown St. Augustine. It's pretty bizarre. According to the Florida Department of Transportation, crews discovered the nearly intact wooden vessel, not in the water, but underneath the street. They believe that that the well-preserved boat is from the mid to late 1800s, and it's quite remarkable to see the pictures. They say that they're just working now to preserve it as much as they can and remove it from underneath the rock. And archaeologists clean the hull of the vessel, and they're just, it's just an incredible sight to see all of these pictures. Artifacts found inside the wreck were mixed into the sediment and shells that had buried it, as well as a thin layer of mud that coated the hull. A wooden handle and the remains of a leather shoe were found. We believe the vessel may have sunk unexpectedly and over time was silted in. That's why it was preserved so well. It was encapsulated in soil and mud, so there was no air contact for it to decay. It's truly an incredible find. The area is historic in nature. The Florida Department of Transportation started working with the Archaeological Research Maritime team to help with the extraction of this vessel.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I guess a lot of people like It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's
classic.
Yeah, it used to be on, I think, CBS, maybe, every year at about this time. Everybody loves to watch it. Well, it's harder to see it now. It's the Great Pumpkin. Charlie Brown is a holiday special. Hits every market needs to. It's the perfect option for young kids who want to embrace the season without getting scared. It's nostalgic. It's only 25 minutes long. Happy Halloween. Well, here's how you can watch It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown this year. You can stream it on
so it's not
Apple
being
TV.
Broadcast.
I don't believe so. Now, for non-subscribers, It's the Great Pumpkin will be available to stream for free 2 days in October, Saturday, October 21st, and Sunday, October 22nd. So that's Apple TV saying, we'll give you those 2 days for free. If it sends your kid into a Charlie Brown craze, you'll be happy to hear that Apple TV has other Peanut specials as well. They bought them up, and they have all of them. Will it air on TV at all? It was on ABC when we were kids. No, it will not air on television. Apple Plus is the only place you can get it. Can you rent it? If you're reluctant to sign up for Apple TV Plus, you can buy a copy. Target has it on DVD.
Physical media.
Yeah. So even though there are limited options for watching the kid-friendly classic, you can still find a way to show it. Buy a copy.
Yes.
That's what I would say. Just buy a copy.
That's the way to do it.
The closing of state-run psychiatric hospitals has filled county jails with people who should not be there, according to several Tennessee sheriffs. Coffee County Sheriff Chad Parton, and this is happening in other places too, and Franklin County Sheriff Tim Fuller said deputies are often forced to arrest mental health patients in emergency rooms. Many of these people who are arrested have been waiting days for a bed to open up at a psychiatric hospital. I've seen as high as 9 days sitting in a hospital emergency room, Fuller said. Once admitted to the emergency room, suicidal patients are often placed on a mental health hold, meaning they can't leave. You put them in a 10-by-10 room with just an examination table and a chair, and they're stuck there for days. Any sane person is going to act out, Parton said. If they don't have insurance, the patients have to wait for an opening at a state psychiatric hospital, and that long wait often triggers a domino effect that leads to more arrests. We do not in law enforcement feel like someone seeking mental health treatment is a criminal, Fuller said. Police reports and 911 calls reveal mental health crisis inside Tennessee's emergency rooms, and it's because the state has closed mental hospitals.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go. Where do you take them?
We don't want to pay for those loonies. The Justice Department is signaling that it intends to appeal the prison sentences handed down to 5 Proud Boys convicted in on January 6th Capitol riot. The Justice Department doesn't think they got enough time.
Oh, it's not to let them out.
No, they want them. They want them to be left. Prosecutors had recommended 33 years for each for Proud Boys national leader Enrique Tarrio, Joseph Biggs. They sought a 30-year sentence for Proud Boys chapter leader Zachary Rell, and they got less than that. Now they like Tarrio got 22 years. Which is a lot, but the prosecutors say, put him in for 30.
Yeah.
Do it. And Nordine received a sentence of 18 years, Biggs 17, and Rell 15. Prosecutors want more. Senator Lindsey Graham.
My stars.
Shooting off his big bazoo about University of Utah football.
Uh-oh.
Speaking during a Senate hearing, Graham cited the Utes' recent decision to give 85 scholarship players Dodge Ram truck leases as another reason why he thinks NIL has lost its way.
The school did not give that to them. The boosters gave it to school.
There needs to
buy
be
the trucks.
There needs to be a federal standard. Oh my stars! Utah's offering everyone on the team a new truck. There is no end to this, Graham said.
It's a lease for a year. They don't own the truck. It's you can drive this for a year.
The facts have never gotten in the way here with Lindsey and the GOP.
You can drive it for a year, and they have to perform community service. And if they don't, they lose the truck.
Donors are out there competing furiously, he said. In pro sports, you sign a contract. That means nobody's going to take that player away from you for a certain period of time. You got a chance to get your money back. But between the transfer portal and NIL, college football is in absolute chaos. We need to fix this.
Not.
He says that it makes it so that you can't hang on to players. People go, I'm going to go to Utah because I get a truck.
It's another fake outrage that they the outrage of the day to get clicks and attention.
Yes, I'm afraid you are correct. Let's see where we want to go here. These Halloween candies are not suitable for children under the age of 5, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission.
You're going to choke?
Mostly it's choking hazards. Do not give children under the age of 4 any of these candies. And I don't know why you would give them.
Yeah, I saw the list, and I'm like,
why would you give? Here, have a hot tamale.
Oh, that's people that will think it's funny that they give their kids. Let's see what he does with this.
Here's one of my favorites: Blow Pops, candy corn, too choky, gummy bears, Jawbreakers. That seems obvious. Jolly Ranchers, M&Ms or peanut M&Ms, Milk Duds. Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Reese's Pieces, Sour Patch Kids, Skittles, Tootsie Pops, Twizzlers. Oh, yeah, you can gum a Twizzler. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? And Whoppers. So don't give.
I've almost choked on a Whopper.
So when the little kids come to your door and you have some of those candies, don't give them those candies. Is the point of that. And Gina, here's a story for you.
All right.
Is your child a fussy eater or a happy one?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Well, when you were a child, you were and still are a fussy eater.
And one of your children.
A recent study has categorized children into a handful of eating groups to explain their behavior. Experts noting 8 markers for food responsiveness, emotional overeating, food enjoyment, desire to drink, satiety responsiveness, slowness in eating, emotional undereating, and food fussiness determined that all children fit into 4 handy categories: avid, avoidant, happy, and typical. And they say children who are fussy eaters are better off than eager eaters.
Yeah, take that.
Adults often dread meal times. A significant number of children were considered typical eaters, with average levels of 8 markers. About 18% were happy eaters. But the most concerning children were 1 in 5 categorized as avid eaters. And the group was characterized by enjoying food, cleaning their plate quickly, not responding to the internal cures of fullness. Researchers noted that those eating behaviors lead children to get fat. So you
if
will
you're
never
a good eater, you get fat.
An avid eater, they say, and you eat rather
gusto
with great relish and gusto.
Well, that's me. Yeah. Okay. Weather traffic, sports weather traffic.
I got this email I thought I would pass along. This is from the American Red Cross. Murray High School football team is hosting a blood drive to honor a classmate. Her name's Kate McFarland. She's undergoing a bone marrow transplant the same day as the blood drive. It's this Friday, October 20th. The blood drive is taking place at Murray City Library. And it's not just to show support for Kate, but also a crucial event to help combat severe blood shortage that Red Cross is currently experiencing. So that's Friday at Murray City Library. It's a nice thing the football team is doing there. Baseball, Philadelphia Phillies just running all over the Arizona Diamondbacks 10-0 last night.
Really?
Philadelphia leads that series 2-0. Tonight it is the Astros and the Rangers at 6 o'clock. Texas leads that series 2-0. Weather. So it was a little bit cooler this morning, but it will warm back up into the 70s today, and we gradually warm up almost to 80 by Saturday, it looks like. Next chance of rain, and even that isn't a great chance, will be Sunday night into Monday. Traffic, let me refresh this for you, see if anything new is happening or if stuff is still bothering folks. Crash I-15 northbound near 72nd South in Midvale, blocking the left shoulder, and I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. Traffic is stretching back to 90th South almost, it looks like, with issues there. And we've got eastbound I-80, 23rd East and Holiday. That's been cleared, but there are residual delays in that area. The State Room presents Creating Music Memories. Don't miss Wilco, Friday, October 20th at Eccles Theater. Get tickets and the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back right after these with your list of things that must go. Coming up, stand by.
Listen to Radio from Hell at Home when you first wake.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is a tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehi, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
Must Go, brought to you by...
Hop on the Utah Ale Trail for the fall crawl, October 19th through the 22nd, to explore Utah's craft beer scene for fun and prizes. Pick up your passport at one of 38 participating breweries. For details, visit utahaletrail.com.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Well, here they are, things that are bugging you, things that we're going to try and help you with. You say, I can't stand these things in my life anymore. They must go. Maybe Radio from Hell can make these things go away. And so you send us an email, radiofromhell@x96.com. You put must go in the subject line. And if you do that and we read yours on the air, it might help you. And sometimes those things magically disappear. I'll go first this time. This one says, longtime listener, first time to contact, must go. Boner of the day, where all of them are obvious boners.
Mm-hmm.
Most days there's one obvious boner, but occasionally they're all boners.
Yep.
Thanks, Timbo. This one says, John in St. George, but we're moving to Beaverton, Oregon. Going into the garage this morning and discovering a screw had found its way into my back left tire. Big O, here I come.
Yep.
And then this one, well, this person needs some help, some serious help. You can use my name. Okay, Jeremy. First, many white privilege things must go, like news journalists that walk toward a camera while telling their stories, or feel the need to stand in the middle of a hurricane for dramatic effect. It's distracting and doesn't improve the broadcast. All I think about is how dumb they look standing outside in the craziness. Now, I don't know why he
What
put...
that has to do with
oh,
white.
Oh, I see what he means. This is the first of many white privilege things that must go. He's feeling that he has white privilege.
He doesn't have real problems.
and so he can complain
He
about
doesn't
this.
have real
Yeah,
problems.
he can complain
I
about
got
this
it.
kind
Oh,
of
well,
stuff.
it's not even necessary.
It took me a second.
I got you.
Second must go. Camera operators that can't or won't hold still. Bouncing back and forth and up and down, panning in and out doesn't make the show any more real. It just makes me dizzy. Some shows are so bad I can't watch them at all, which is disappointing because I want to watch them. I mean, The Office, Parks and Rec, Succession, among many others. Highly rated, and I just can't watch them. Third, junk snail mail must go. I walk out to the mailbox, and it's all junk mail. And last, the word got must go. It's almost without exception the wrong word to use, and it drives me nuts. You don't got, you have. For example, you don't got boners, you have boners. You don't got traffic, you have traffic. You don't got to decide, you have to decide. There's no you've got, you have. You've got 300 seconds. You have 300 seconds. You have. I apologize. I know I sound like a crazy person.
Yes.
It only happens when things drive me crazy. But sincerely, thanks for letting me listen. I love your show. Longtime friend of the program. Listen to every minute of every broadcast in real time, every day. The pre-show, reruns, everything, farting around. I could not love the show more, and all of you, I think your show means more to this community than you realize.
Wow.
Jeremy. Gary?
No pressure.
I'm used to it.
All right. Well, here's the first one is for my wife. Maybe you can relate to this,
Okay.
Gina. I don't know. When you have an outing planned for the week,
yes.
So you plan out your hair washing schedule,
Yes.
but then that appointment gets changed to a different day, throws your whole hair washing schedule
Amen.
off. All right. I figured you would.
Okay.
You don't wash your hair every day.
Because you got all that hair
Yeah,
like
yeah.
my wife does. So, all right. This is from Ed's friend Andy. What else must go is toilets that spray a little bit of water on the toilet seat or rim when they are flushed.
Yeah.
I, like Carrie, try to be a livable male. I don't know what that means.
It's a compliment.
I clean up after myself. I put the toilet seat down, etc. So if I happen to have a moment when my aim is a little bit off, I clean up after myself like all men and boys should. But my dumb toilets at work have such powerful flush that the water sprays up a little bit on the seat. So even though I myself didn't make the mess, I still have to wipe it up. And what's worse, I have a private. I kind of have a private bathroom at work. So if I don't wipe it up, it looks like I'm the one who did it. I know it's just water, and it'll probably dry and not look like a stain or something. But I can't take that chance.
Exactly.
I get you, EFA. Let's see this one from Tony. The terminal episode for FX's Archer being a disappointment.
That must go.
Well, you see, then after that they announced, that's not the finale. We've got a 3-part finale coming up in December, and so he says I have to wait for December for the series finale. People playing Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire too loudly at the Eclipse viewing party from their cars.
Playing it at all.
Pink Floyd, Eclipse, the end of Dark Side of the Moon. That's what you go with. All right. Souvenir sodas at the Las Vegas Sphere being sold for $14. Water is $7. It's already too expensive to go to the Sphere. People leaving behind love locks at national parks. Oh, there was a story in the news about that
yeah,
today.
I've got that.
It's vandalism. Rangers have to get the bolt cutters out and find the animals who die because they ate the keys that are tossed aside. They have better things to do with their limited budget given by Congress. Stoners disagreeing with Gina on the idea of Kraft macaroni and cheese ice cream must go. All right, thank you, Tony. And this from Johnny B.
I'm not a stoner.
Johnny B. Waking up in the middle of the night with an idea or worry about my house I'm building that I can easily deal with during daytime hours must go. Will I remember to flash the fascia where it connects to the wall? Do I have enough room to put the fire pole from the top to the bottom level that I want? Am I going to beat winter, getting insulation installed and radiant heat operational? All seemingly dance through my head between 2 and 5 a.m. I'm constantly beat and can use whatever extra sleep I can get. Gina?
Dear lords and lady, my name is Missy. Feel free to use my name. Find a resolution to my concerns. All right. What must go is concert attendees who spend the entire concert filming video or live streaming from their cell phones.
Yes.
Nobody is watching the concert on your Facebook page live. Live in the moment. Put your phone down for the love of God. And while I'm talking about concerts, GA venues without seats. I'm older now and also on the shorter sides, and it seems like most concerts are all tall people, and I spend the majority of the concert looking at the back of a bunch of dudes' heads. I'd like to sit down from time to time. My feet hurt. I'd pay extra. Just give me the option, please. And since the pandemic, has my patience waned or has society lost its manners when you're in public? Grocery store, football games, Walgreens, doesn't matter. People are pushy and rude and self-entitled. I don't disagree, Missy. Let's see. This from, doesn't say we can use the name. My mom has never been to Europe or gotten COVID until one lucky weekend.
There you go.
This weekend. Luckily, she's totally vaccinated and doing fine, but that must go. And finally, this. My quick list of things that must not just go, but stop. Number 1, grown men who call the bathroom the little boy's room.
Yeah.
Microwaves that continue to beep after the door is open. And me having no self-control. I love cookies, damn it. That's all I got, Jeremy.
There you go.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
There we go. Let's see, it's 8:53 right now.
I was looking through some news yesterday, and I found this story that I just... And maybe we should do this later. It's a dentist talking about the Halloween candy that's worse for your...
It's the sticky stuff.
But then where is it? I thought, here it is. Who in the world would want this? The best, it's a list, sort of. The 100 best spoons ranked.
Oh, spoons can be very different. I have strong feelings about spoons.
The 100 best spoons. Yeah, but do we need a ranking, a 1 through 100 of spoons?
Some are really deep, and which is great for soup, but not for other things.
Yes.
Some of them are too heavy.
Well, but
for stirring coffee or tea, you want a different kind.
Do you have a favorite at home?
You bet I do.
The one you use all the time?
Yes, it's so much my favorite that I have gotten new silverware, but I kept the spoons from the old silverware.
So what does this tell me, Gina? That we don't need a list of 100 spoons. There's one that's right for you.
in most cases.
It says how we chose the contenders. We scoured the internet for spoons. Soup spoons, dessert spoons, spoons with cute little handles.
I don't like spoons with cute little handles.
100.
You need an iced teaspoon. A longer handled skinny spoon because some things are in a tall glass. And
to get the martini onions out of the bottle.
Yeah.
I have different spoons.
Here are some of the things that they consider: size and weight.
I just said that.
Silver and metal finish. How does the spoon feel? Physical design and ergonomics, and temperature regulation.
I'll say this: there are some foods that taste better with a plastic spoon.
Yes.
Believe it or not.
I don't believe that.
I agree with
you.
That's like
I have strong feelings.
That's like
about
you can taste microwaves.
You can. It tastes different.
The anatomy of a spoon.
Yes.
There's the bowl tip.
Yeah.
The bowl, the stem, the handle, and then the tip.
How do you feel about the grapefruit spoon?
I have two. And I never buy grapefruit, but I have two grapefruit.
This entire conversation is proof enough that you shouldn't be buying silverware online. You should be able to feel it and hold it.
Yeah.
The weight of it.
Feel the weight of it. Don't buy your stuff online. Go to the store and get it.
You want to know what the number one spoon is?
Sure.
The number, I got to scroll down here because there are 100 of them. The very best spoon for just kind of all-purpose spoon. Come on, number 10.
And
number
spoons in my house, while you're looking for that, out of all of the different implements, disappear the most. Because the kids take them in their room and they never make it back to the kitchen.
It is, well, it's not going to show me. It'll show me number 2.
I was trying to stall for you.
The Highware soup spoon. Oh, here it is. The Hay brand Sunday spoon.
Oh, I know exactly the one you're talking.
It's a weird-looking spoon.
And Tom in the chat room sums this conversation up with, the show is so damn political.
Isn't it?
You guys. Traffic.
So that earlier accident eastbound I-80 at 23rd East is cleared up, but there's lots of residual slowage through that area. No other new accidents to oh, wait, maybe there's one here. Northbound I-15, 152nd South. That just came across just this second. If you see something, you can text us 33986. Salt Lake City is participating in ranked choice voting for the 2023 municipal election on November 21st. Find more information about the seats up for election and candidates at vote.utah.gov.
KXRK Provo. We'll take a break. We'll be back after these messages and a song with the Boner Recap Game. Easy to play. All you have to do is call us, tell us who won the Boner this morning. You'll win a prize. What is that prize?
So it's a local band, The Moss. They're kind of a surf punk band, and they are playing a show at Kilby Court on the 31st. And all proceeds from that show are going to support the road home. And Carrie, should we put those inside of a Radio from Hell coffee mug? What do you think?
Insist.
Okay.
Yes, so we'll give you those tickets to the Moss at Kilby inside of a Radio from Hell coffee mug. How nice for you. 877-602-9696. Call and play Boner Recap.
Win Florida.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Things that are bugging you, things that just you can't stand them anymore. I got to get this out of my life. You say to yourself, what can I do? What can I do? I know. I'll send this to Radio from Hell, and maybe if Carrie, Bill, and Gina read my Must Go on the air, it'll make me feel better, and maybe these things will disappear from my life. And so send your Must Goes to us. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put Must Go in the subject line. I've got one of my own. I don't know quite how to do it because it's sort of embarrassing. But what must go is when you go to the bathroom and you're sitting there and you have to sit there for a few minutes and you get up and the backs of your thighs stick to the
You've been there too long.
You've been there a while. That's not just a few minutes.
And it happens more in the summer because you're a little sweaty. It just that really must go. It's just so irritating. Let's see. I'm sorry. It was hard to do.
Spray the lid with Pam.
Yeah, maybe try that. All right. This one says, my thing that must go is people doing loud fireworks every night past 10 p.m. Don't these people work or have any consideration for those that do? The answer to those two questions is no. They don't work and they don't have any consideration. I have to get up at 3:30. I need my sleep. Please stop the fireworks. That was from Derek. This one says, I follow several news services. What must go is when I get a notification on my phone of some breaking news story, and it sounds interesting, and then I click on the notification, and it takes me to that news service, but that particular headline is nowhere to be found. Doesn't matter if it's CBS News, MSNBC, Google, Daily Beast, The Hill, etc. They all do it. It's frustrating, even more frustrating when an hour or so later, another notification pops up with the same headline. This must go, please. This one says, good living La Vida Loca morning, lords and ladies. And you may use my name. It's Danny. I've been listening for a few years, 2 or 3 now maybe, but you all have been doing Frank Chris for just a while. Why don't people know to say they're fine, they're just fine when asked how they're doing?
Some people do.
Or most people do, actually. Or the correct answer if they don't get it right the first time. It's very rare. It's very rare that somebody doesn't get it on the second chance. But I think it happened yesterday.
Yeah, we had a tough one.
Let's see. This one's, and then the next one. Someone checked in yesterday asking for another episode of Space Elders. What's Space Elders? Again, I'm a newer listener.
Wow.
I need a new mechanic. What must go is people say, use my person. They're the best. Okay, but why? My lawnmower breaking down must go when I'm halfway done mowing the lawn. Allergies after yard work, pulling weeds, watering flowers, and everything else I'm allergic to. And finally, when you think you have enough alcohol, be it vodka, wine, bourbon, or just in general beer, if I've had enough alcohol or beer, my half-mowed lawn would look really great, and I wouldn't have cared to fix my damn lawnmower. Thank you, lords and ladies. Love you tons, Danny. Gina?
Traveling couple from me, some of them I've mentioned before. Please get dressed when you come to the airport. And I'm not talking about yoga pants and athleisure stuff. I am talking about pajamas.
Yeah.
Flannel, top and bottom. Didn't even try a little bit. Not children, grown adult people in pajamas at the airport. Also, there are many different kinds of travel pillows.
Yes.
They're small. the one I have rolls up into a little tiny container. Mm-hmm. So you can put it in your purse, and then when you need it, it pops out and gets big. You don't need to carry your giant pillow from your bed.
Your actual pillow.
Your actual pillow through the airport. Just
ridiculous.
Don't. Let's see. Please use my name. It's Josh. Parents who park in the no parking zone to pick up their kids from daycare must go. When I pick up my daughter in the evening, the bright red curb reads, no parking. Lazy, inconsiderate people need to park there. I get it. We're tired. We need to hurry home, make dinner, keep schedules. But please drive just 15 more feet to the section where they set aside room to park. It's always empty. Mm-hmm. Thanks for letting me listen. Here's a couple of things that must go. Parades that are just one long walking commercial. And people who ride electric pedal bikes but never actually use the pedals. You must have seen me on mine. Then this one. Good morning, Radio from Hell. Mango smoothies rotating in to replace berry smoothies at the Costco food court. It reminds me of dirt, and it took me 2 hours to finish it.
A lot of people, I haven't tried it, but a lot of people are upset about this mango smoothie at Costco.
I guess so.
Nick never drinking a John Daly since he doesn't like iced tea.
Oh.
The Delta Center selling a beer and a pretzel for $25 at the last event I went to there. Wow. Having to move out 6 puppy Labradors out of the backyard so I could mow the lawn. They try to bite my ankles, and I nearly tripped as they crowd around me. And finally, the pyrotechnics at Fall Out Boy show nearly singeing the mohawk of a radio station program director.
He didn't tell us about that.
No, we'll have to ask Todd about that today. Carrie?
All right, first one is from the foot of Mount Doom. LED light bulbs that are different brightnesses and hues of white. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't remember what brand I used when a light in the kitchen went out, and the bulbs never go out at the same time in the house, so I've used other bulbs in that box I bought in other rooms in the house, so by the time another light in the kitchen goes out, I have to buy another box of LED light bulbs, but now the new ones are different brightness. Isn't the same as the other LEDs, so I've got like 4 different brightnesses and hues in all the rooms that used the light bulbs, and I'm too lazy to change the light bulbs to match. I could, but I won't. Let's see. This one from Mike. Good morning, Lords of Radio. Thanks for letting me listen. People who say, it's not a problem, must go. They love to say it's not a problem. Are they actually waiting for a problem so they can say, this is a problem?
Yeah, now this is a problem.
Yeah. This one from Zane. The asshat who had road rage to my fiance earlier today must go. Also, me not having a dash camera to catch said asshat who had road rage toward my fiance. 3, my fiance more worried that I'm worried about the car than her safety and well-being. Switching from a brand new car with nice, cold working AC to the older car that the AC is not as ice cold as the new car. And death must go. All right, this one from Bob. It's been a while since I have sent a must go. This afternoon, I was reminded of an issue that has been in place since COVID hit, namely that people feel comfortable taking their Zoom meetings into public bathrooms. I hate hearing about your coworkers' issues with their boss and me hearing about those in the bathroom. That's got to go.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
I don't know.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Don't look at me. I'm not doing it.
Because
I'll tell you. You tell me in a second.
Oh, that's right. You've got a thing.
Yeah. I never know whether to pronounce the name of the city, Vineyard or Vineyard.
Vineyard.
Hans in Vineyard is a big fan of the cult.
I don't know whether in vineyard whether it's Hans or Hans.
I was going to do
I
that
think it's
too.
hands.
Hands
I think it's
and
hands.
vineyard.
In
vineyard. I think if it's Hans, it's vineyard. If it's Hans, it's vineyard.
And it's the Cult because on this day,
yes,
in 1985, Cult released their second studio album, Love, featuring Rain, Revolution, and that one, She Sells Sanctuary.
There you go. All right. Time for the boner recap.
Is there a fellow or a gal there to play?
Give me a second. Let me look here. I was following up on that Cult and Vineyard stuff. So let's go with. Oh, it looks like Tally is here. Tally, are you there?
Tally.
Hello.
Hello.
That's like Sally with a T.
Yeah.
What can you explain the name? Why you were named Tally? Is it short for something?
It's short for Talitha.
Oh, okay. Okay, nice. Talitha, where are you calling from?
I am calling from Murray.
Okay. Did you happen to hear the boner candidates this morning?
I did.
Ah, you're in like Flint. You will win, I'm sure, but what will she win?
Tickets to see The Moss October 31st at Kilby Court. Tickets are on sale now at 24tix.com. All proceeds go to support the road home.
And we'll serve those up in a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
So a coffee mug and tickets to see The Moss. I can't resist doing that. I love it. Tally, here are the boner candidates. I'll read through them quickly. You tell me which one was the winner. Number 1, it was a kidnapping gone very wrong. 2, boneheaded brothers kidnapping the wrong person, then taking that person to find the right person, the person they wanted to kidnap, and send them into a building with a phone to access the cloud where they could locate. The guy just used the phone to call the cops. Boner candidate number 2, we're having a problem at the Return to Nature funeral home. This is a funeral home where they do green burials, no embalming, that sort of stuff. And they found 189 decaying bodies in a building there. This was in Colorado. Oh, yuck is right. So that was number 2. And then number 3 was 2 stories. There are certain things you perhaps should not say at certain times. A professor at Cornell University making outlandish comments like this. He called the deadly Hamas attacks on Israel exhilarating and energizing. Okay? And then a guy at Stanford kind of minimizing the Holocaust by saying, Jews they're just simply, in Israel, they're just settlers or, colonizers. Colonizers, he called them. And, so you shouldn't do that, probably. There are ways to say these things in a calmer time and to talk about the situation. So who was the winner, Tally?
It's obviously number 3 just because of the times and professors, and you should know better.
Obviously.
Yes, there you go.
Tally, you've got those tickets to see The Moss October 31st at Kilby Court.
Congratulations, Tally.
Hang on the line.
Thanks so much.
Yep, hang on.
I'll tell you how to get those tickets.
Man.
Anytime I hear the name Tally.
Tally ho!
You've made fun of me this before, but so in the movie Up Close and Personal with Michelle Pfeiffer and Robert Redford.
Okay.
They're newspaper TV reporters.
Yeah. Right.
And her name is Sally.
Mm-hmm.
But when she gets nervous, she has a little speech impediment.
Lisp?
A little lisp. And Robert Redford said, "We're going to call you Tally from now on, so you don't ever have a problem with that." So she switched her name from Sally to Tally, and then she never had the problem again.
She never lisped again?
I mean, it's in a movie. Robert Redford's magical. He can do that kind of thing.
I don't, okay. Not sure how that worked.
Yeah, if your name's Thally, if you just change your name to Tally, you're never going to say, you're never going to lisp if you're,
because you don't have an S.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you say other S words, you'll
I don't know. It's the magic of the movies.
Thally, or I'm thweating. I'm Theriath. I'm Theriath.
Senator and statesman Steve Scalise within town this week.
That's not going to cure her lisp.
Of course, I'm not paying attention because I'm looking at Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yes,
so
she's luminous.
Her lips are moving. I don't know what she's saying.
She's still hanging on, isn't she?
Oh yeah.
She's married to that
David.
TV writer and producer.
Oh, is she?
David. Why can't I think of his
Been married for years.
She's in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's the original Wasp in the movies. And looks just resplendent
Mm-hmm.
with her fabulous gray hair.
She was married to Fisher Stevens at one time.
Yeah.
Fisher Stevens, who looked so weird in Succession. I watched the first episode of Fall of the House of Usher last night. Pretty.
Carrie's a big fan of this.
I love this show.
Now the first season, there's a lot of information.
It's one season.
Yeah,
it's 8 episodes.
So the first episode, don't let it drive you away because they're setting it all up.
Okay. Yes.
So they're
Stick with
introducing characters and and it's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
And but the acting is really, really good, and the script is really good.
Now, once people see this show, I will address a big thing that people are upset about this show.
But you want to give people time to
I want
catch
to give
up.
people time to catch up.
Well, I will watch it so we can discuss.
It's so good, and there are 2 speeches I want you to listen for.
Okay.
I can't remember which episode, but it's toward the middle of the When Life Gives You Lemons speech.
Okay, and that's Bruce
And
Greenwood?
Bruce Greenwood.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then there's a speech in the last episode with Carla Gugino. No,
that's
it's
why
not
you
Carla
like this
Gugino.
show so
well,
much.
that's just icing on the cake.
She's kind of creepy.
It's the woman who played the president in Battlestar Galactica, and I can never remember the actress's
Mary,
name.
she was in Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, Mary
McCormick.
Anyway,
McCormick.
She plays Roderick Usher's
Mrs. Usher.
sister. Yeah.
Oh, she's a sister.
Sister. And she has a speech about those people. That is just...
She's dislikable in the very first episode.
Yeah, immediately. None of these people are good people.
Bruce Greenwood is, you sort of feel...
You won't.
I'm sure, but...
And this Netflix?
Netflix.
Okay.
It's so good. Only
All right,
8 episodes.
We'll give it a go.
So good. All right. Jimmy John says he's on the last episode, so he's already seen what everyone's upset about. But there's an answer for that.
Oh,
okay. It's not what you think it is.
Okay.
Anyway.
Now I'm intrigued.
Am I vague enough?
Yes.
All right. We got leftover news coming up after these. Stand by.
Eliminate stress at iMart Express. For a limited time.
And I assume everything went well, Gina?
Yeah, I had this. My doctor told. Well, we back up. I've been
All right.
having high blood pressure. Like, which is weird for me. I don't usually have that.
You usually don't have any blood pressure at all.
It's true. I'm usually very slow pulse and low blood pressure. So we're in the investigation portion of trying to find out what's causing that. And yesterday she sent me a message saying, I need you to come in for an 8 a.m. blood test. And yes, it has to be at 8 a.m. And I'm like, she's like, I know you work, but it has to be at 8 a.m.
It was for the doctor's convenience, I'm sure.
So I'm confused. So I go to her office this morning and I asked the nurse, why this 8 a.m. blood test? And she said it's an 8 a.m. cortisol test. And yes, it has to be done first thing in the morning because that's the time of day when the numbers are most likely to be high.
But that's a time of day for normal people.
Exactly.
We're up at 3.
Exactly. But the lab is not. So the
so-
lab opens at 8.
So the results of your test that are are very important to your health.
Yeah.
Dubious at best.
Are
so
strictly at the whims of when the lab opens.
And I've had so much blood taken the last 2 weeks. And the nice lady that takes the blood, it's always from the same spot.
Why?
And
Why don't you don't have to do that?
well, that's just the way her room's set up. It's the
No,
chair.
no,
and the...
no, God. Gina. Oh, that's just the way her room
Well,
is set up.
that's where the table is.
Nonsense.
But she uses this
Oh.
this tape like afterwards
Yeah.
to put like a cotton ball there.
Uh-huh.
And so I have ripped this tape off the same part of my arm like 3 times in the last week.
Gina, no.
And I think I'm
say,
going to hit her.
you say I need it to be in another spot. You don't have
Can
to
you
do
not
that.
use the icky tape?
Good God! Most phlebotomists play. They have those chairs that the thing flips, and they can do it from either side.
Yeah.
And so if she's just got a table set up, you can turn your chair around.
It's the way it was.
And it shouldn't be the way that the chair is sit. You should extend both arms and say, which one do you like?
Yeah. Huh?
And they can look and say, oh, that looks like a good one right there.
But it's the tape. I hate the tape.
The tape is...
It's your own fault.
So that's sorry, and I appreciate Jimmy hopping in and.
Well, he was
helping out
good.
this
I
morning.
think
I was surprised.
We had to ask him to do it every week.
Maybe it was part of his whole, planning and scheme to psych out the other person because he made it sound like, oh, I don't know pop culture.
And then he was right on
He
it.
just nailed it.
Oh.
All of them. Yeah. He even got an actual trivia question.
Really?
Yes. It's like, out of these 4 women, only one of them was not dated by Justin Timberlake.
Oh.
And there wasn't a joke answer. There were 4.
It could have been any of them.
And he didn't hesitate.
And he answered it correctly. Did you hear it?
No, let me hear what it...
Let me see how you do.
Okay.
All right. Which of the following women has Justin Timberlake not dated?
Okay.
Now, wait, which part of your brain would you like to answer this with?
The right or the left? Britney Spears, Jessica Biel, Cameron Diaz, or Christina Aguilera?
Cameron Diaz.
No.
He dated Cameron Diaz?
He did.
Oh, he didn't date Christina Aguilera.
Very good.
Okay.
But Jimmy...
Bam, hit it.
Right away.
He went, that'd be Christina Aguilera.
Blown away.
You know why? Because Jimmy's dated all of them.
I
That's
guess
right.
so.
He's talked to them all. It's 9:20 right now. And all that leftover news. Bring it. Let it shine. Let it do its thing.
I don't hide my light under a bushel.
Or his news.
No.
Brought to you by...
Experience the magic and enchantment of Cat and Cauldron, your premier destination for all things occult and metaphysical in Taylorsville. catandcauldron.com.
President Biden suggested today that Hamas was responsible for the Gaza hospital explosion that killed hundreds of Palestinian civilians. Speaking in Tel Aviv alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Biden declared his outrage over the blast at Al-Ahili Hospital, and echoed Israeli claims that it was done by Palestinian militants. Based on what I've seen, it appears it was done by the other team and not you, Biden told the Israeli leader. There's a lot of people out there that are not sure. We've got to overcome a lot of things. After his trip to Israel, Biden had planned to visit Jordan, where he was supposed to meet with King Abdullah II, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, but the blast caused Abbas to pull out of the meeting, which was then canceled. The Palestinian Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, said the hospital was hit by an Israeli airstrike. 4,700 people killed on both sides since the war began, tens of thousands injured in that conflict. Britney Spears says she had an abortion after getting pregnant with Justin Timberlake's baby. A revelation from an excerpt from her upcoming memoir published by People magazine. Justin definitely wasn't happy about the pregnancy. Spears wrote about her pregnancy when then 18-year-old with then 18-year-old Timberlake. He said, "We weren't ready to have a baby in our lives, that we were way too young." Spears was 17 when she started dating Timberlake in 1999. They were together until 2002. In her memoir, The Woman in Me, the 41-year-old singer described meeting Timberlake when she was 11 on the set of the Mickey Mouse Club and their first kiss with him during a game of Truth or Dare. Timberlake didn't immediately respond to NBC News' request for comment. He has commented on their relationship when it was obvious that Britney was having a lot of problems, and there was that documentary about her and about her conservatorship, and all of that stuff. and he finally came out and said, I act honorably in that relationship and didn't treat her well, and I feel very bad about that. Former Ohio State University wrestler Will Knight yesterday tore down the characterization of Speaker nominee Jim Jordan as a fighter. Fellow Trumper Representative Elise Stefanik used the term in a speech nominating Jordan before he failed to get enough votes for the Speaker's gavel. The glowing reference to his time on the wrestling mat.
Yeah, that made me sick when
drew
she said that.
audible gasps in the House, presumably because Jordan's stint as an assistant coach at Ohio State included accusations that he overlooked the allegations of sexual abuse of team members by school doctor Richard Strauss. Knight was one of the athletes who said that he was molested, and he was not impressed by Stefanik's praise for the Ohio congressman. The funny thing is, this is a quote from him, when people always call Jim Jordan a fighter, and I always wonder who he's fighting for, Knight said, because he had a real opportunity to fight for us and the people that he coached and the people that he recruited at the Ohio State, and all he's done is turn his back on us. So I don't know what the fighter thing is. I know he used to be a fighter. I know he used to be a good wrestler, but he's not a good fighter for anyone else that I know of.
And it's not like there was one instance where Jim Jordan didn't report something. There were repeated.
Knight complimented Jordan for believing in him and giving him a chance as a walk-on back in '92 to make the wrestling team. But that's not the man who's seeking to snag the speakership, he said. There's people who believe in that BS that he's spewing. It's just disappointing because he still has an opportunity to do right by us. He had an opportunity to help us out, to help remedy this thing with Ohio State, and he chose not to do it with hundreds of athletes that he was associated with. A man narrowly missed being shot in the head in a road rage incident here in Salt Lake. Draven Robinson faces multiple charges, including felony discharge of a firearm and 2 counts of aggravated assault. On Monday, just after 3 p.m., police responded to an address in Kearns on a report that a person had been shot inside his vehicle. When officers arrived, they found a woman and a man in a car who reported that the man had almost gotten shot in the head, said the bullet narrowly missed his head, hitting his hat as he was driving in the area. The man showed police his hat, which documents state had a damaged, frayed rim. Police found Mr. Robinson nearby, took him into custody before searching his vehicle, finding a handgun. Apparently, the man and the woman were driving southbound on 5400 South and saw Robinson swerving in and out of traffic. At a red light, Mr. Robinson and the man started yelling at each other before the light turned green. Documents state that Robinson then sped in front of the man and woman's car, slammed on the brakes, returned back into the adjacent lane, and then fired a single shot through the passenger side of his vehicle. Luckily, nobody was hit, but the front passenger window was shattered, and Mr. Robinson was arrested. Let's see. The Rolling Stones say that they're going to tour in support of their new album, Hackney Diamonds. That's amazing, really.
Of course they are.
This will be the long-running band's 26th studio album, 61st year as a group. The new album comes this Friday. So there's really everybody who's heard it says
we played a little bit of it.
We played a little bit of the Lady Gaga, and then the
we played the title track.
Yeah,
Hackney Diamonds. That's not the Lady Gaga song.
No,
that's what you're trying to think
of. I don't think that was called Hackney Diamonds.
Well, we played both, is what I'm saying. Yeah. We played a little of Hackney.
But anyway, Keith Richards and Mick Jagger both say, yeah, we're old, but we're pretty good shape, really. Richards turns 80 this year. Keith
Sweet
Mick
Sounds
is
of
already
Heaven
80.
is the sound.
That's the Lady Gaga one. Yeah.
Yeah, we played this one. Angry.
Angry. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Angry.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Banksy, the mysterious street artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're now saying they don't believe Banksy is just one person.
Really?
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of people. And
how would they keep it a secret if it's a whole bunch of people?
Banksy has a team of lawyers and art dealers who make sure that the Banksy name is only ever associated with authentic Banksys. The graffiti artist known as Banksy might be unmasked in an upcoming defamation case over his use of an Instagram Post who invites shoplifters to go to a guest store because it had used his imagery without permission.
Oh.
The case could be seen as an attempt to force Banksy to relinquish his anonymity. There has been so much speculation as to the identity of the artist, and he is believed by many to be Bristol's Robin Gunningham, who was named as a co-defendant in the defamation suit. But it's not been confirmed that Banksy is Gunningham, pointing out that this is in no way a revelation. There have been many investigations into his identity.
Exit Through the Gift Shop is the movie.
Yeah.
Where I thought they outed him in the movie.
No. He's not likely to snitch on himself, but there are people who are saying it's more. He has a group of artists. I mean, there is an original Banksy, but he has people that work.
Oh, it's
for
like
him.
Lassie?
No, because Banksy has not died, and a new Banksy comes
Not
out.
really. It's more like Blue Man Group.
Oh, that's
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
And our wonderful Little Debbie, cakes. This time of year for Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes, and then now they're going to have Christmas tree cake ice cream. Little Debbie ice cream flavors,
Sure.
and but then again, this is going to be at Walmart only. It says. Now I've seen the Little Debbie the flavor. I bought one. I forget which one I bought.
They have others at like Harmon's.
Yeah, I've seen them at Harmon's, but the Christmas tree cake ice cream,
Damn.
for some reason, only at Walmart.
Carrie, what if I buy it and then give it to you? Will you? I know you won't shop at Walmart, but what if I shop for you?
Give it to me. Yeah.
I'll go to Walmart and get some macaroni and cheese ice cream. We can try
Get
that.
them both.
No, I'm not. I will not purchase.
Oh,
macaroni.
I'll go and
Come
get
on.
them.
All
I'll
right,
get them.
Go get them both. would
And
you, please?
Elon Musk is going to start charging people $1.
Yeah, this will work.
One new X users. He wants them to pay a $1 fee. If they don't, they'll be able to be read-only actions like read posts and watch videos.
If they aren't already signed up for it, this isn't going to make people sign up for it.
Exactly. I don't know what he's thinking.
You give a discount to get people to sign up for things. You don't charge them things you don't charge other people.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's really stupid.
He is not the genius that you think he is. I'm sorry. We were hoping he was Tony Stark. It turns out he's Lex Luthor.
And his former consort, Grimes, this is how smart she is, says that Taylor Swift is the only presidential candidate who can unite the country.
She's not wrong.
I mean,
I don't believe. I believe she's entirely wrong. Taylor Swift would not unite the country. There are a whole contingent of people in this country who think she's the goddess of woke and don't like her.
There is no one person who is going to unite the country.
No.
It's just not going to happen.
She's as polarizing as anybody. All right, that's it.
All right, weather?
Well, it's still pretty chilly this morning, 53 right now, going to warm up to 72, and then we get warmer as the week goes on. We could even be close to 80 by the end of the weekend. Next chance for rain looks like Sunday night into Monday, but even that is only a slight chance.
All right, thank you. Our concert and community calendar is next.
Recently on the Rachel Ray Show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point?
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's a classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called Fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't want to...
Go ahead.
I don't want to hurt you guys.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
It. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe he always has one ready.
And I don't believe...
I believe he
Just put the microphone down
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
there. And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
But you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh, man.
There's more.
That's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. Pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a kid. It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems fine.
It'll circulate.
Will it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It'll come around.
maybe we better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so.
Oh, geez. Well,
for someone that just
that was really
tuned into
good.
the show for the first time,
I know,
just
they would-
now,
We don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
Really?
You know, we're.
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did.
Hope
I
you're
pushed
both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He
I
was
pushed
pointing
him.
at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we
Anyway.
don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife
Your
right
bags
now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to leave.
I know what that's like.
I figured I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
It really started to kink up. And then you talked about that perfume.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording
It
of a
wasn't.
fart?
He put the
Shut up.
microphone down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it wasn't.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. They're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Don't.
Yeah, it was real.
Told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it
No.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, when somebody does it,
no.
everybody
It's
just
contagious.
No,
just
I got.
jumps in and-
No.
Okay, all right. All right, so Trent is not here.
This is the Trentless concert update.
Yeah, you pretty much.
But it's still brought to you by Live Nation.
Yes.
All right. So,
Trent's-
Katie, you're going to shoulder the burden.
I am. He's Trent's taking some time off. He's going to see how that goes, to be honest. So things coming up for Live Nation. You have Arizona tonight at the Complex, Nightly on Friday at the Depot, along with the Aces on Saturday at the
Utah
Complex.
Zone.
Yeah, Utah Zone. Magnolia Park is on Monday at the Complex, and of course Guns N' Roses, which we've been giving tickets away, is happening on Tuesday the 24th at the Delta Center. Things going on sale on Thursday. So tomorrow at 10 a.m., Crosses goes on sale, which are coming to the Depot on February 7th. And then this is the Aces, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm always motherly proud when bands that we had the Aces on when they were just barely getting started, and now they just tour all over the world and they're doing great.
Yeah.
That was quite a while ago.
Yeah, that's
too.
what I mean. I'm so proud of them.
Other things going on sale at 10 a.m. on Friday. Alkaline Trio on March 21st at the Complex. That is on my husband's birthday, and he loves them, so
Remember
I'm going to try
when
and get tickets
we
to
got
go.
them that car hood? They said
Oh,
that
to play the.
They used to play
Yeah.
in some of their songs. They had an old car hood.
Yeah.
And they
As a percussion
drum on it,
Yeah.
and we said, "Well, will you do it again?" He said, "Well, we don't use it anymore." And I said, "Well, we'll get you a car hood." And they said, "Okay."
Yeah, there you go.
So we got him a car hood. It was out at USANA, I think.
Other things, Bad Friends podcast at Kingsbury Hall. That's going on sale as well.
I don't know anything about that podcast. do
I
you?
don't either. I didn't look it up. I didn't have time. I was doing everything else. So it will be on our website, and you can find links for that.
Okay.
Water parks on February 29th. You can buy tickets on
Well, it's a little,
Friday.
It's a little cold for a water park.
That's what I thought, but I'm sure it's a great band. And then Code Orange going on sale on Friday for March 6th at the Complex.
Okay.
He did give us some giveaways to do if we would like to. We can give away 4 tickets to Arizona, which is happening tonight at the Complex. So if you can't make it tonight, please don't try and get these tickets. But also, speaking of the Aces, our local wonderful band, we are going to give away 4 tickets to the Aces as well.
877-602-9696 is the number. It's first come, first serve. You're going to give away 4 to one person or 2 pair?
4 to one person.
Okay.
So you got Aces or Arizona for tonight. So make sure you can go to those this weekend.
This is Arizona.
Oh, okay.
When you came around, when the high no, you needed space, but I don't want to wait.
It's a style, isn't it?
2,000 miles in an ocean away, but I see the sunrise.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Other things happening. The Wilco at Eccles Theater is happening on Friday. Polyrhythmics at the Commonwealth Room. Michael Minnelli at the State Room. Now I'm going to mess this up because I mess it up every single time, and I don't mean to, but it's the dyslexia. Hosier? Is it Hosier?
Yeah. Hosier.
I always want to say Hoisier.
It's Hosier.
Hosier.
They're going to be here for the Unreal Unearthed tour at the Mavic Center on Friday. And the Punk Rock Halloween at Metro Music Hall, which I think is going to be super fun, is also on Friday. Saturday, Jonathan Van Ness at the Eccles Theater. Tom Odell at the Commonwealth Room. And Barely Dead at the State Room. So that should be pretty fun.
This Friday, too, and I'm going to this, Kingsbury Hall, or not Kingsbury, Pioneer Memorial Theater. They're doing
the Rocky Horror. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live Rocky Horror.
Yeah. I think they're doing that through Halloween, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Sunday, Deer Hunter at the Commonwealth Room. And if you like them, Suicide Boys with Ghost Main and more at the Delta Center. At one point, somebody, when I was traveling, said my husband looked like one of the guys from Suicide Boys, and she really wanted a photo with him. It was kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other things happening: haunted houses are open. Dreamscapes is out there. The Capitol Theater Ballet West is officially starting Dracula. That's going to be from the 20th through the 28th, and it's super pretty, super fun. I love going to that.
Ballet of Dracula.
Yeah.
You've been to it?
I have. I love going to the ballet. I love going to the theater, so I enjoy going to that. Also, Salt Lake Ghost Tours and Ogden Ghost Tours are happening.
Yeah.
The open streets through the weekend on Fridays and Saturdays. And, of course, the Utah Grizzlies are back playing Tulsa Oilers at the Maverik Center, happening Saturday and Sunday.
That's the hockey.
Yes. On Saturday, if you're going to be around Sugar House Park, just beware. It's the 2023 SLC Haunted Half 5K and Kids Run, all at the Sugar House Park, so it's probably going to be closed off. Avoid it if you don't want to go. And the 2023 Utah Firefighter Chili Cook-Off at the America First Fields.
Oh, that's where Real is.
Yes,
right?
that's the Real Stadium.
I have judged. I think I judged it last year.
Oh,
it's really. There's a lot of chili.
I'm sure there's a lot of different ways to make it.
First responders, firefighters making chili, and then the proceeds go to the burn camp.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we got our friend Babs DeLay weighing in.
Oh,
I'm in Rocky Horror.
What night, Babs?
It says I'm one of the guest narrators, along with Randall Carlisle
and Steve Urquhart.
Yeah.
Wow.
We have 2 shows: Halloween Elite Show at 10 o'clock.
I'm sure that means Halloween night show.
Halloween night show.
Yeah.
Voice to text, Babs. Voice to text.
Which I'm there on the 20th, opening
Well, that's
night,
not
Babs.
Halloween.
Oh, I want to know who's doing it on the 20th, Babs. Let me know.
And then there are a few more farmers markets going on. This is the last weekend for the downtown farmers market at Pioneer Park. So it's Saturday from 8 to 2 p.m. And then the Murray Park Farmers Market, which is still going through next weekend from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays as well. So that is the full. Oh, and I guess the Utah Ale Trail, the fall crawl is going on this weekend as well.
Starts
so you can get your
Thursday.
Yes, you can get tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You can get your passport and go collect all those beers. But that's your concert and community calendar for this weekend.
Steve Urquhart.
Oh, good.
There you go.
If you go to the pioneertheater.org website, it lists all the different.
Nothing against you, Babs, but I would have been happy to see Babs too. Maybe I'll have to go see all 3 of them.
I was going to say you should.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see Randall do it as well.
I did vagina monologues with Babs.
And I was the narrator in a production of the Rocky Horror Show.
I remember that.
All right, well, there we go.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Concert and community calendar.
All that stuff is on our website, okay? X96.com.
Yes. All right, we will take a break and crawl towards the exits after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
Oh, in our Things That Must Go today, we had a must go that was Things That Must Go. I went out to my car in the garage and I had run over a screw, and he said, I'm headed to Big O Tires.
That's happened to me on more than one occasion. You get a big screw or a bolt stuck in your tire, and a lot of times they pull that out and they can plug it. You don't have to buy new tires, so that's nice.
But if you need to, they've got a sale going on. They've got you covered with their Changing Seasons, Changing Tires sale. Get up to $140 rebate savings on Michelin. Save $100 instantly on Pirelli and Goodyear, or $70 instant saving on Cooper tires.
Of course, Big O Tires has the lowest price on every, it says here Dre, but I think they mean on every tire every day, on brands you know and trust, with certified technicians to keep your vehicle running smoothly. Winter's coming. Big O knows how to winterize your car. Visit your local Big O Tire store. You can make an appointment online, which is really nice. All you have to do is go to their website, BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
Okay.
Well, you'll find no fools here trying to anesthetize the way you feel. This is Beat Gina. I'm Johnny Ola, here to say superb is the word for Old Quaker brand straight whiskey. Old Quaker, full 90 proof, full measure, always the same rich, mild flavor. This whiskey is guaranteed 2 years old. There are vast reserves of Old Quaker being held for aging. You can always depend on a brand that is dependable for uniform palatability and superb quality. You don't have to be rich to enjoy richer. Old Quaker brand straight whiskey, available in bourbon or rye, stored in temperature-controlled warehouses. Old Quaker. Ask for it by name.
Old Quaker.
And now, let's all raise a glass of Old Quaker to your host, the one, the only, Harry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
All right. The randomizer has chosen the victim contestant. Edward is gone. He knew better. Let's go to our next call.
Oh, no.
Brad is here. Hi, Brad.
Hi.
Hi, Brad. Are you ready to play?
I am.
Okay, Brad, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game, and you need it. Heads or tails?
Yeah, I'm kind of tails.
All right, coin toss app says heads.
Lie and give it to Brad.
Should we just give it to Brad?
Brad, you can start, because I know you really would like to win these tickets to see Weezer with Spoon and White Reaper live at the Great Saltaire coming on August 27th.
Really would.
Brad, this is your time to say, I don't need your charity.
Oh, take it, Brad. Because helping me today...
I'll take it. I need it.
Helping me today, I have... our old friend Punk has given me many gifts over the years, and one of them is this collection of Kiss Pez dispensers.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, for inspiration, I'm going to take the Gene Simmons one out of here, and he's going to help me.
Well, Brad, let me just get this out of the way right now. When she beats you with Kiss trivia, what are you prepared to do in Gina's name?
$50 to a charity of her choice.
All right.
How about Best Friends Animal Sanctuary? How
there
about
you
that?
go. Oh, they're coming in to see us.
Yeah.
All right. So, Brad, the first question is for you to answer. And if you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I will allow Gina to steal the point away. All right. It is Kiss trivia because it's Gene Simmons' birthday. Brad, Gene and Paul were members of a band in the early 70s before the arrival of Peter, Chris, and Ace Frehley. What was the name of that band? I know what that is. Gina knows this one. Now, all of these are real band names, by the way, just so you know. Is it 1, the Tony Danza Tap Dance Extravaganza? 2, Wicked Lester? 3, Pig Destroyer? Or 4, Dead Brain Cells?
I'm going to go with 2.
Wicked Lester.
Good choice.
There we go. 1 for Brad.
Nice.
All right. Gina.
Yes.
While Kiss never had a #1 song in America,
Robbed. Yes, you were robbed.
They did hit that mark overseas. What song was number one for Kiss? Was it 1, I've read about girls like you on the back of bathroom doors? Was it 2, you've got a henna tattoo that said forever?
Mm-hmm.
Was it 3, I was made for loving you? Or 4, rock and roll all night?
Oh, now I don't know this.
All Brad.
Because I Was Made for Loving You, that's the disco hit.
Mm-hmm.
But Rock and Roll All Night, that's more of a classic hit.
Okay. She's stalling, Johnny.
I know, and we don't really need the analysis.
I'm going to go I Was Made for Loving You.
Wow, very
All right, good guess. All right, it's 1-1. Back to you, Brad.
Brad?
All right.
What is the name of Ace Frehley's band when he's not touring with Kiss? Well, he's not touring with Kiss ever now, but so what is the name of Ace Frehley's band? Is it 1, Count Choculatus, 2, Frehley's Comet, 3, prisoner number P01135809, or 4, the Accelerators?
Jeez, I'm going to go with number 2.
Frehley's Comet.
2-1. Back to Gina.
Gina.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. In the late 1970s, what up-and-coming group had their initial demo tape produced and promoted by Gene Simmons? Is it 1, and these are all real bands, by the way. Is it 1, Evil Edna's Horror Toilet? 2, Penis Flytrap? 3, ZZ Top? Or 4, Van Halen?
I believe it was Van Halen.
That is correct.
The game is tied. Brad, it's back to you. If you get this one, you win fair and square.
Really?
Even though we gave him an advantage.
Okay. What was the name of the movie that centered around a group of kids that would do almost anything to see their heroes kiss? Was it 1, Splatterday Night Fever? Was it 2, Jim J. Bullock's Toenail Collection, the movie? 3, Detroit Rock City? Or 4, Love Gun?
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to go with 3.
Detroit Rock
And
City.
you win
well
the
done.
game, Brad. You know your Kiss, apparently.
Well done.
Nicely done. Nicely
Oh, man, that's lucky.
A fine opponent you were there, and much deserved of these Weezer tickets that you're going to get.
All right. Hang on the line, Brad.
Awesome. Thank you.
We'll tell you how to get those tickets. Hang on.
I've got to go. I'm on active duty in the Kiss Army.
Oh, yeah.
You've been called up,
Yes.
Johnny?
Yes.
Mm, 9:51.
It's not a list, it's a survey.
Well, Americans love a good survey.
It's almost as good as a list.
Okay.
Right.
The survey says 1 in 6 Americans think that their home is haunted.
Yeah, I believe mine is.
You believe your home is
yeah.
haunted.
Oh, yeah.
More than 2 in 5 have experienced unexplained or unusual occurrences inside their home. That doesn't have to be haunted.
Well, how else do you explain the pictures falling off the wall and plates flying out of the cabinet just with nobody around?
You live next to a railroad track?
A little temblor.
Or a drunken rage.
Yeah, or that.
42% have felt a presence.
Yeah.
Something they couldn't see.
That's your brain.
It could be a breeze.
Could be that.
37% have heard unexplained sounds. Like
House settling. Yeah.
footsteps.
That's every day.
Yeah.
Unexplained sounds.
Yeah.
Well, your hearing isn't great.
What? Sorry.
19% of people surveyed say they've seen apparitions or ghostly figures.
Mm.
Yeah, if your eyesight's bad, that happens.
That's like glaucoma, right?
Yeah.
Or macular degeneration.
Cataracts?
Really,
like
macular degeneration, and I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with me, and it's it's stabilized, but it used to, before they stabilized it, it made like street signs or any vertical lines look like they were melting.
And you've been able to fix that?
Yeah, it's stabilized. It probably will come back. It's in my right eye. But I read about macular degeneration, and some people have it. They see actual, objects and people and things they think they see.
Or they're ghosts. I mean.
Yeah, well, there is that, of course.
So the most common paranormal experiences in homes. Strange sounds, which could be anything.
Yeah, I hear strange sounds in my house every morning. I'm sitting in the attic at about 3:45 in the morning, and I hear strange sounds all morning.
Listen, do you hear that?
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Yeah.
You hear that?
That's one I hear fairly often.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. You have a lot of those. Animals acting weirdly. Now,
my animals always act weird.
Haven't your animals ever were staring at something and there's nothing there, or barking at something, or whining? And I mean,
not as often as my children. They do that all the time.
Strange shadows, lights turning on and off. Can't that just be an electrical?
Yeah,
it can be. Yes, my mother-in-law's house did that all the time. The lights would just sort of flicker and then dim way down and then get bright. Did it
I
all
mean,
the
if
time.
you were a ghost, would you do that? Okay, I'm going to flicker the light.
Well, if I don't know, if you don't have any other way to communicate, sure, why not?
Unexplained smells.
Well, now don't get me started on that.
Like sulfur. That means there's a ghost there.
I think there was some kind of ghost in our studio this morning. I was going to mention it, but I kept thinking I was smelling a dog.
Well, there's a dog here.
No, I know, but not in our studio. And it lasted for about 10 minutes when I got here at 5:30.
Unexpected temperature changes. It's really cold right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are cold spots in my house.
Well, I think your house is haunted.
I don't want to tell you where they are.
This says older homes seem to be the center of many of these stories, and that couldn't possibly just be because they're older homes. Do you think some people want to have their house?
Oh yeah.
Like they like
I
the
think
idea of...
I think that's most of what this list is. Yeah. Is people have they want this to happen, or they've talked themselves into.
They want to see a ghost.
Yeah.
They hope they see one.
The most frequent location for ghost activity or reported activity is the kitchen.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they're hungry. Ghosts are very hungry.
But they can't
like a nice bowl of ghost toasties. Oh, that was awful.
I mean, I've had two things I can't explain happen.
You have?
In a house. Mm. But I'm not going to say it's ghosts.
What is it?
The light above the kitchen table just broke. I mean, it was a chandelier-ish kind of thing, and it just crashed.
What you saw it happen?
No.
Oh,
it just happened.
And you went in.
And I walked in, and there it is. It happened.
That's a little creepy.
Okay. And then there was a glass casserole dish that was left on top of the stove, and somehow the stove got turned on. It's an old stove. It's an old house. It's an old light fixture. I'm not going to blame a ghost for that.
I was a little freaked out. The first place my wife and I, before we were married, lived, we had separate rooms. There was a picture of her father on a high table, and I heard a crash in the middle of the night, And I went out there in the morning, and the picture was on the ground, and it had broken the glass in the picture frame. And I was puzzled by that until I got to work, and they said there was a small earthquake.
Yeah.
That could have been what happened to your light fixture.
Listen.
Boo, 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 boo.
That's a ghost right
Ghost
there.
right there.
We have to stall just a little bit more because I don't have the promo.
Get the promo because we got to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it, but my
your things
it
it's
closed.
haunted. You have a haunted computer.
It closed for some
There's a
reason.
ghost in your machine
And
over there.
there it is, right there. Come on, open up. There it is. I got it.
Oh, that's a different kind of ghost. That's it. There we go. All right.
You know, I am a real housewife of Salt Lake City.
Yeah, but you're not a real housewife of Salt Lake City.
Well, I'm glad you're not a real housewife. You'd probably get glitter all over the studio.
And you know how much we hate glitter.
Checking in with Victoria on Thursday's Radio from Hell show for our Real Housewives of Salt Lake City update.
Thank goodness she's on the phone, keeping all that glitter out of the studio. Tomorrow here on X96. All right. I think we're good. All business taken care of. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I swung a dead cat and hit an Osmond.
Wow. Marcy is next.